Agbara. First, the headlines. South youths criticize Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara over second term decision. INEC announces date for Rivers South East Senatorial District by-election. NNPP accuses INEC of frustrating party preparations for 2027 general elections. On the foreign scene, Sierra Leone receives U.S. deportees amid expansion of Donald Trump immigration crackdown. Details shortly. A concerned resident of Igurita community in the Ukuri local government area of Rivers State, Dr. Matthew Nwankwo, has called on the management of Port Harcourt Electricity Distribution Company, PHEDC, over what he described as a more than 6 months of total blackout in the area. Dr. Nwankwo, who spoke to Today FM 3 years ago, said the prolonged power outage has exposed the electricity facilities in the community to vandalism by hoodlums. According to him, some PHED equipment, including transformers, have been vandalized due to the absence of electricity supply in the community. He stated that several complaints and appeals have been made to the electricity distribution company, but no action has been taken to restore power to the area. Dr. Nwankwo warned that residents of Igurita community are prepared to stage a protest to the office of the PHED if urgent steps are not taken to address the situation.
The people of Iguruta have been in darkness since over 6 months. The reason why the AGD cut us off is still unknown to date, and the thing have led to many vandalization in the communities because of no light. All these hoodlum boys are going around there vandalizing NEPA equipment. On 1st of June, we are having a protest at SAS Road. The reason why they've cut off our supply to date not been known to us. They've not come to the Royal Highness and they informed him that this is the reason why Iguruta does not have light for over 6 months now.
He also called on Rivers State government and the local government authorities to intervene and ensure electricity is restored to the community.
So we are calling on the Rivers State government to come to our aid to see how they can give us supply in the Iguruta, at Iguruta.
Efforts to reach the management of PHED for comment on the allegations proved abortive as of the time of filing this report. The leadership of the South Youth Initiative have expressed disappointment and strongly condemned the reported withdrawal of Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara from contesting for a second term in office, despite what it described as widespread organic support from the people of Rivers State. The national president of the group, Imiabi Saviour Oscar, in an interview with newsmen, described the governor's reported decision as a betrayal of trust and an abandonment of the people's mandate, alleging that it amounts to selling the supporters' future to a strange force. Saviour Oscar maintained that leadership is a responsibility rather than a personal comfort, insisting that any refusal to recontest would be unacceptable to many Rivers people across the 23 local government areas who, according to him, stood by the governor at critical stages of his political journey. He warned that abandoning the mandate of the people at this stage would expose them to forces that do not share their interests, adding that Rivers people cannot afford leadership that rewards those who worked against the will of the people.
The South Youth Initiative expressed deep disappointment and strong condemnation over the position of the governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, for refusing to recontest for a second term as governor of Rivers State, despite the overwhelming organic and voluntary support of the people. Yes. Leadership is not about personal comfort. It is about responsibility to the people who stood with you when it matters most. While this position is unacceptable, from the streets of Port Harcourt to the creeks of Ogoni, Kalabari, Ijaw, and Ikure land, Rivers people mobilized, defended, and stood firm for this administration without being hired or coaxed. To turn away now is to abandon the very people who made the mandate possible. Withdrawing from the race at this critical time leaves the people mandate exposed to hijack by forces who do not share their interests.
Imiabi Saviour Oscar urged Governor Fubara to reconsider his position and rejoin the race in the interest of the wider Rivers State population.
We recognize that every individual has a right to make personal political choices. But when millions of citizens have staked their hope, resources, and safety on your leadership, that chance or that choice is no longer personal. It becomes a matter of public interest. We therefore call on Governor Siminalayi Fubara to reconsider this position immediately and honor the organic mandate freely given by Rivers people. History will not be kind to leaders who retreat when the people need them most. The South Youth Initiative, alongside other youth and civil society groups across the region, will not stand where the people's will is sacrificed on the altar of political calculation. We will mobilize, engage, and ensure that the voice of Rivers people is heard loud and clear.
The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) Rivers State has announced the scheduled date and time for the conduct of the by-election to fill the vacant seats in the Rivers South East Senatorial District. In a statement issued by the resident Electoral Commissioner Johnson Alalibo Sinekiem, the Commission said the by-election will hold on Saturday, June 20, 2026, between 8 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. The statement further disclosed that the election will take place across 88 registration areas, ROAs, wards, and 1,629 polling units spread across the 7 local government areas that make up the Senatorial District. The affected local government areas include Andoni, Opobo Nkoro, Eleme, Tai, Oyibo, Kana, and Gokana. INEC assured members of the public of its commitment to delivering a free, fair, and credible by-election. The Rivers State Commissioner for Education, Associate Professor Peters Wango, says the state government under the leadership of Governor Siminalayi Fubara is committed to creating a conducive and friendly environment that will stimulate economic growth and development. Wango stated this while declaring open the second International Scientific Conference themed Built Environment, Climate Imperatives and Industry 4.0 in Developing Economies, held at the Rivers State University. He noted that digital transformation remains one of the vital components needed for effective urban planning and challenged academia as well as professional bodies to move beyond technical knowledge acquisition to practical realities.
Our universities must not only produce graduates who are must only not produce graduates who are technically competent, but who also are environmentally conscious, digitally influent, and responsive to the social contract that professional practice demands. The curriculum of our built environment disciplines, architecture, urban planning, civil engineering, quantity surveying, estate management, and related fields must evolve to reflect the realities of academic and digital technology.
In his remarks, the Vice Chancellor of Rivers State University, Professor Isaac Zepo-Pibi, represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics, Professor Richard Amadi, observed that the university is strategically positioned to provide the much-needed manpower that will ultimately drive meaningful results. Earlier, the Dean, Faculty of Environmental Sciences, Professor Paulinus Woka Ihua, observed that the environment no longer appears as friendly as it once was, stressing that the way forward is to embrace technology and bring experts together to brainstorm on sustainable solutions.
We need technologies, smart technology, which is the modern technology that are being used today, such as artificial intelligence and all of them, in order to see. For example, in the built environment we are looking at in the building, every appliances, every system there should be energy efficient. And that's the main issues in this thing, for us to know that the environment is changing and we need to adapt to the changes using the recent technologies that are available today.
Today FM's Magnus Nwawa reports that the event, organized by the Faculty of Environmental Sciences, was attended by various professional bodies as well as students of the faculty. You're listening to the World News on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Fam.
Thanks for staying with us now. The rest of our stories. The Director General of the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA, Dayo Moberiola, says the graduation of personnel under the Advanced Combat Training Program of the Deep Blue Jets demonstrates Nigeria's operational readiness and commitment to a safe and economically viable maritime environment. Speaking at the 2026 graduation ceremony, Moberiola described the event as a reflection of institutional resilience and the country's determination to strengthen maritime security across its territorial waters and the Gulf of Guinea, adding that more than 400 personnel and officers received specialized training in strategic institutions around the world, exposing them to global best practices and international operational standards. The NIMASA boss, who recalled that the Gulf of Guinea was once regarded as one of the most dangerous maritime regions globally because of piracy and sea robbery, however, said the implementation of the Deep Blue project and the collaboration of relevant stakeholders had transformed the narrative, resulting in zero piracy incidents in Nigerian waters since 2022. Moberiola commended the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, the Chief of Defense Staff, Christopher Musa, as well as the Nigerian Navy, Nigerian Air Force, Nigerian Army, the Nigerian Police Force, the Department of State Services, and other security agencies for their continued support in strengthening national security and interagency cooperation within the maritime sector.
As many of you may recall, the Gulf of Guinea was once regarded as one of the most challenging military maritime regions in the world due to incidents of piracy and sea robbery. Today, through the Deep Blue project and the collective effort, the narrative, which has resulted in zero piracy incidents since 2022, this has restored trust among global shipping operators.
He congratulated the graduating personnel for successfully completing the rigorous training program and reminded them that the knowledge acquired comes with the enormous responsibility, saying that the officers are expected to uphold professionalism, discipline, integrity, and patriotism in the discharge of their duties, and assured them of NIMASA's continued investment in maritime security, technology, and human capacity development.
Graduating personnel, I congratulate you for successfully completing this important phase of your professional journey. This training you have received comes with enormous responsibility as you are expected to uphold high standards of professionalism, discipline, integrity in the discharge of your duties.
In his remarks, the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, said the Integrated National Security and Waterways Protection Infrastructure, popularly known as the Deep Blue Project, was established to combat piracy, sea robbery, illegal fishing, oil theft, and other maritime crimes within Nigeria's territorial waters and across the Gulf of Guinea.
This occasion is a celebration of discipline, professionalism, operational readiness, and a recognition we are committed to securing Nigeria's maritime domain. Today's event offers an opportunity to reflect on the remarkable journey and achievement of the Deep Blue project since its start. To the Deep project, the Gulf of Guinea has become one of the most dangerous maritime corridors in the world, accounting for nearly 45% of reported global piracy incidents.
Today FM's Uchendu Joel reports that a total of 492 personnel graduated from the program, including 232 maritime security unit operatives, 19 armored vehicle drivers, 13 armored vehicle helicopter pilots, 8 special mission helicopter technicians, 5 special mission aircraft pilots, 6 special mission aircraft technicians, 49 special mission vessel crew members, 62 interceptor boat drivers, 52 command, control, communication, computer and intelligence C41 operators, amongst others. The new Nigerian People's Party (NNPP) has accused the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) of frustrating its preparations for the 2027 general elections, alleging delays in the screening of aspirants and the conduct of party primaries. The Boniface Aniebonam-led NNPP faction also warned that it may mobilize supporters for a protest in Abuja if the situation is not resolved, claiming that the Commission's action could undermine Ogini Olaposi. The NNPP alleged that INEC had failed to comply with the court orders directing it to recognize the party's leadership and update its records accordingly. The party further accused the Commission of ignoring judgments requiring it to remove a rival faction and restore the party's original logo and structure. It insisted that INEC must remain neutral and comply with judicial directives, warning that continued delays amounted to a denial of its constitutional rights ahead of the 2027 polls. President Bola Tinubu has appointed Professor Segun Aino as the new registrar of the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board (JAM), succeeding Professor Ishak Oloyede, whose tenure ends on July 31, 2026. The appointment was announced in a statement by the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga. Aino, a professor of computer engineering at Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, is recognized for his expertise in digital infrastructure, national examination systems, and institutional reforms. According to the presidency, Aino has over 15 years of experience advising federal and state governments on digital transition and institutional reforms and has previously consulted for examination bodies such as NECO and NAPTEB on ICT systems and examination integrity. The statement noted that Aino, who turns 40 in July, would become the youngest registrar in JAM's history, while President Tinubu expressed confidence in his ability to build on the achievement recorded under Olayede's administration. On the foreign scene, Sierra Leone has received the first batch of 9 deportees from the United States as President Donald Trump's immigration enforcement campaign continues to expand across multiple African countries. The Foreign Minister, Timothy Kaba, initially said 25 people were expected, but later confirmed that 9 deportees had been received. Authorities said the group comprises nationals of Nigeria, Ghana, Guinea, and Senegal, including 7 men and 2 women who were escorted under police supervision upon arrival. Health Ministry official Doris Barr said the deportees were traumatized due to the months in chains during detention in the U.S., adding that most of them expressed a desire to return to their home countries. Sierra Leone has agreed to accept up to 300 deportees annually under a deal limited to ECOWAS nationals, with officials noting that some individuals hold Sierra Leone residence permits, allowing short stays before onward return. The development comes as the U.S. State Department describes migrant removals as a top priority, while rights group Human Rights Watch has criticized such agreements as opaque deals that may violate international human rights standards. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. South youths have criticized Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara over his second-term decision. INEC has announced the date for Rivers South East Senatorial District by-election. We told you that the NNPP has accused INEC of frustrating the party preparations for the 2027 general elections. On the foreign scene, you also heard that Sierra Leone has received U.S. deportees amid the expansion of Donald Trump's immigration crackdown. Thousand News has edited by Stella Sasongo Kori. For comments and inquiries, please call 081-8389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, at X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Agbara. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. All right. It is what is on your mind again. Do you get tired of saying the things on your mind? I guess not. It's what's on your mind again on this dial today 95.1 FM. Because the mind is hardly ever empty. That's why there'll always be things to talk about as it is on your mind, right? Yes. So when I say what's on your mind, I mean what is really on your mind. A thought here and there, conversation, something has just been on your mind all day. Amongst the many, just pick one or two. If I say two now, some persons want to tell me four. So just pick one out of the many. If you can squeeze in the two in a minute 30 seconds, okay, I will just allow the luxury of that time. But basically, what's on your mind today? Today is the week is ending, no? Can't wait for the weekend. Okay, what's on your mind this evening? So out of the many things, pick one and tell me. So let's start that with you. 21st May 2026. Children's Day is how many days from now? I'm looking forward to Children's Day. Not because it's a public holiday or anything like that, but I mean, I'm still a child now. To some persons, I'm still a child. I'll forever be a child. So maybe I'll just get one or two on Children's Day. Who knows? Let's take this call and get right into what's on your mind. 08109510951. That's the number to call to say what is on your mind on this dial today 95.1 FM. My name is Rona Agbara. Hello, good evening. This is Rona.
Hello.
Good evening. Yes, please. Welcome.
Yes, Rona, what's on my mind
Yeah.
is this. This morning or last night, I'm having this this mixed reaction.
Okay.
Well, it regards our then governor who says he's not going for second term.
All right.
It's not just not going for second term, but there was an adage he made. If a Pawantapa tells you what he sees there, oh my God, and he cannot even test it all. So it's only God that know what this young man has passed through. Probably he would have wished he never came into this race, even to being a governor. It's not all about money and fame, but rest of peace of mind. I pity the young man, Governor Sim Laye, Fubara. I really, really pity him. It's been a mixed reaction for me, though. I was cold. But then I want to say something, Rhoda.
Okay.
Is this the politics? Is it the kind of politics we expect to play, where they just did ordinary primary in one particular political party? It appears as though those people have won election when the people have not voted. Is it how we have reduced politics? We have reduced democracy to be? APC just did this shamble, they call primaries and all that. Some people counting 1, 10, 11, 12, and they collected all those things. And the way it appears that the election is done and dusted. When other political parties have not brought theirs, What does it take us to? It takes us to the point that, is that the kind of politics we want to do?
All right, thank
Does
you.
it mean that already the result has been written?
Okay.
Which allegedly, because we know in River State votes don't count.
All right,
So
thank
the result
you.
has been written.
Thank you.
Whoever
Thank you for
APC
sharing
has
what's on
brought
your
in
mind.
now has become the person to take over the mantle of leadership.
Okay.
Where this democracy is taking us to. Oh, God of democracy.
All right. Yeah, got your points. Got what's on your mind already. Hello, good evening. 08109510951. That's the number to call to say what is on your mind exactly as it is. But let's try to be brief too. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yes, please. Welcome.
Rona.
Yes.
What's on my mind, I'm actually calling from Rumukuru. What's on my mind is that I passed through Rumukuru, the clover. Please, I'm begging on the authority who are responsible. Kala police station. They should please do something. The police, those female are not working. Honestly, are not working. You hold up there each time. Once it is 3 o'clock, hold up the 8, 9. To do something.
All right. What road is that? But you know, there's actually eyewitness reports though.
You can't pass that place.
All right.
You
Okay.
can't pass that place.
Okay. Thank you.
Please, coming on net. Please.
All right. That's actually an eyewitness report, and it's best you share it during eyewitness report. Okay. Thank you.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player, or when a team comes together to win. A solo beat, or the rhythm of many. The flair of one dancer, or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
All right, it's still what's on your mind on this Saturday, 95.1 FM. Let's take calls and still taking calls, still taking messages, voice notes, and please, if we have a report or something going on, that's actually eyewitness reports. It's quite different from what's on your mind. So the person who called talking about the road, and that's an eyewitness report because you actually saw it and it's something that you witnessed. So it's best that you share it on eyewitness report where proper attention will be given to that report. What's on your mind is actually how else do I explain that? What's on your mind? A thought, an idea, concept, or something. It's different from the things that your eyes witnessed. All right. Thank you. Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome. All right. Go on. What's on your mind?
You see, what's on my mind is the way the kidnapping, the killing going on in this country. Now the thing is getting tougher every day, and our government is not doing anything concerning it. All they are just after is how to re-elect themselves into power for the second time. They are not after how they will give us security, how they will give us life or good life. And the whole treasure of this nation, they are just using it
for themselves and their family and their children. Tomorrow, you will see people when they say they want to come and do campaign or whatever, you will see people wearing polo shouting on your mandate. I will stand. I don't know where we are going to in this country, or if we want to go back to olden days of slavery. That is what our own leaders want to turn us into, slaves. The same way white men colonized us, that is the same way our own leaders have colonized us now. We are all living like slaves. If you talk, they say go and arrest him, go and kidnap him, go and kill him. You continue like
All right, thank you. Hello, good evening. What's on your mind, please?
Good evening, Rona Abara.
Yes, welcome.
Yes, my name is Chigozi from Otoho Bagrikan.
Okay.
What is my mind is this? I want to use this medium or platform to inform the youth of River State. We are now, very soon we are going to, by next year, 2027, we are going to vote to our various candidates. I want them to be peaceful because violence does not pay. Thank you, Rona Abara. That is what is
All
my
right.
mind.
Okay, thank you. Hello, good evening. What's on your mind, please?
Rona, good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
I'm John Africa from Opopo.
Okay, what's on your mind?
Asian Kingdom of River State.
Go on, please.
What is in my mind is not over, Uhuru. It's never over. Whatever we are passing through, as average man and young man in River State, in Nigeria as a whole, it's never over. What is in my mind? Even if we were a man, I withdraw from the rest. It's for a political party. It's not the whole party in Nigeria and the River State.
All right.
River State, you still have have days for their mandate. If you know that where these votes are driving us, it's a slavery. We still have very big chance. Even if our vote doesn't count, but I believe 2027, vote of Nigerians will count. That is what is in my mind.
All right. Thank you. 08109510951. Let me take some messages we have on here and then we'll get back to calls. All right. This message here says, okay, is this what's on my mind? Okay, this one came in by 6:00, right? 6:26. Good evening, Rona. It's unfortunate that we play 99.9% politics in Nigeria and River State and 0.1% governance, and the people keep getting older and struggling to survive with no meaningful impact. SIM should have summoned courage to defect to another party before the deadline in order to be on the ballot. The Electoral Act should be amended in order to stop all this rigging, because the politicians know that the average Rivers person and Nigerians are naive, poor, ignorant, and hungry, and they use it against the people by buying their conscience. Which candidate would PDP want to project for governorship in River State? Chile from Port Harcourt. All right. Save this other message. Oh, there's a voice note. All right. Let's take this call. I'll play the voice note soon. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome.
My name is Serena Sampson. I'm calling from the city of Pabua William.
All right. Okay, come on. What's on your mind?
This thing that I'm talking to for now.
You're talking to Rona. You're talking to Rona.
Okay, I thought it was King.
Go on.
I wanted to take him to Emago football club where I come from.
Oh.
It's like she's scared because after I told him, because we discussed how we will go to Emago so that you see things ourselves concerning the situation of my people.
Okay, Queen will be here. Don't worry. If you really want her to come check out, she'll be here. Okay.
No problem.
Yeah.
Let me say what is on my mind.
Yeah, go on.
I'm not happy with the situation of things on ground.
What's happening?
Because one person who loves my state, I'm from this state. I'm happy that I saw someone that at least I will bring development to my clan because we have started it. Because for a long time, my clan have no good accessible roads, as I talked to you. So come to my clan.
All right.
And the governor, led by Similai Program, make it easy by constructing that road linking from Indebe to those Odua sections. That is why I was very happy concerning this young man led by Similai Program. I'm beginning to think.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
The last time I checked,
I have to take more calls.
Government have been
all
in
right.
office. No one is able.
Thank you.
That clan.
Let's try to be brief. Let's help each other, right? So that, you just try to, as you're saying what's on your mind, try to make it brief. Huh? Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Rona.
Welcome.
Yes, my name is Mr. Christian, calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, go on.
Yes, what is in my mind is actually it's about River State. It is very, very disheartening that from 2015 up to date, River State has lost its glory up to this moment. So I'm telling River people to rise up.
Okay.
This coming election, general election 2027, River people should rise up to make sure that they vote, they vote at APC and PDP.
All right.
In this River State.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Hello,
welcome.
Rona.
All right, go on.
Regina, I come from Quebec.
Okay.
My own is a question.
All right.
That question goes to my Eche people. If another Japan man will become a governor for 8 years, another Japan man is being transferred for governor 2027. When we, my people, when we the political, those political blocks in River State, when we just consider him a chairman to become a governorship candidate, is it that my people, the people from the chair, are not qualified, or is it that they are not first-class citizens to occupy that number one seat? Why is it that whatever thing they do this time, they still consider another man? What happened to Eche and the Ogoni area? These two local governments produce enough resources for both River State and Nigeria. When will Eche people stop playing third-class politics, becoming a third-class citizen in River State?
All right, thank you.
People must rise up.
Thank you. All right. Let's take messages and I want to play the voice notes here, so let's do that. This message here says, Rona, if you ask me what's on my mind, I will say this new trend of those political kingmakers are deciding on who become our governors in the various states. Please, let's reject this ongoing godfatherism we are seeing now from Chijoke. Let me play this voice note. Okay. Take this final message because it's commercial for 6:50, so I have to wrap up before then. Good evening, presenter. What's on my mind is if you refuse to engage in politics, then you'll be seen as honest and trustworthy person. But since Chinda is a politician, Yezno Wike will never find a loyal boy. He will keep anointing and fighting as well. Rivers of possibilities. George Will Kingsley from Rumilumini, Obiakbo. Let's see this one. All right.
Yeah, good evening, Ronan. Yeah, how are you? Yeah, I'm Kembidion. I report GRO. Catch the okay. But there I laugh. What is in my mind when I heard that the outgoing Jambo registrar, they have Tinubu have replaced it with his kinsman, another Yoruba man. And now people are trying to tell me that the guy is 39 years. Can you beat that? 39 years, I say, for which 39? Is it in football age or in real age? Professor of in computer, the professor of computer science or whatever they call it, is 39. How possible it is? That guy don't remove not less than 10 years for his age. What is kind from how many years he they enter school from O level to university, become a professor, and he have master of this, have master of that. Anyway, that is not the issue. Some people are celebrating him, this, that. Tinubu did well. Some not in your own radio station, one other radio station, he did well. Appointing youth, which youth? Nigeria need experience as sensitive as a jump. They need experienced person that will know. You see, we are joking here. We don't take education serious. People are celebrating on that. As we collect for Tinubu for bringing a mature, inexperienced graduate or lecturer or whatever they call it, professor to for that kind of sensitive position. It's quite unfortunate. We are not serious for education. 10 billion.
All right. I have another voice note here to play. I'll just quickly play that one. And if I still have time before 6:50, I'll take another call. Let's see.
Hello. Good evening, ma'am.
Okay. Already played that one. Go on.
Hello. Good evening, ma'am. How are you? What is on my mind is the decision of my able governor to step aside for the governorship election coming on 2027. He has done the right thing for peace to reign in the state so that there will be no shade of blood. Let the emperor of the state continue. Abacha held Nigeria at hostage. Where is it today? One day we'll hear a news. They should remember there is God. There's consequences in all the actions we take on earth. Take Rivers State, put in your pocket, belongs to your father, belongs to you. But one day, God will liberate Rivers State. Thank you and God bless you.
All right, 3 minutes before I wrap up what's on your mind. Let me take this call. This may just be the final call, or just maybe one more after this one, if they can talk very fast. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome. What's on your mind, please?
What is on my mind is a political maneuvering happening in River State, the shenanigans. Political somersault in River State.
Okay.
This mistake started in 2015 when Rivers people settled for, they have two options, either light or darkness. They settle for darkness. So that darkness has become gross darkness, and nothing good come out of gross darkness. This political monster they brought is now has become a political beast, evil beast. So until they do away with this evil beast, Rivers will not witness peace and progress. This same man say when it happened to somebody, it can never happen in River State. It happened in a day to Obaseki between Obaseki and Adam Shimoli. He was in the center of the problem. He hijacked the problem. This River State resources. He was there even on election day. But today what happened? He's overdoing. And Mr. Togo is benefiting from all of this.
Thank you.
And the North, I watch, they can never trust EVP to be or anybody from the start country 27 because they are the players. You cannot be trusted with presidential power because you know a man when you give up when you give power all resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What's on your mind, please?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. What's on your mind?
Yes, Mr. Joseph, I am calling you from LMA. I want to say that the governor withdrawal sends so much message to the heart of people. But given that the court has already nullified INEC directive of submission of time registered, I want to ask that the governor should use River State.
All right, thank you. Thank you. I have to go now.
That will
match
candidate in any of those political parties such as NDC and so on.
All right,
to take over from where he stopped. We don't want to we have a situation where somebody will impose a candidate on the state.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, this is where I have to wrap up what's on your mind. There's a commercial for 6:50, and that will run for like another 10 minutes. So, yeah. Appreciate you all for, calling in to say the things amongst the many things on your mind. Eyewitness reports will start by 8, so bring all your eyewitness reports. Prepare them and be ready to bring them in by 8. Good evening.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM.
All right, thank you again. We have guests from Dr. Vigo, biotechnology. I get that correct?
Yes.
Welcome, sirs.
Good morning, everyone.
For the benefit of those listening, please let us know your name and what Dr. Vigo does.
Okay, my name is Apostle Dr. Clinton Wisdom, and I'm here with Ambassador
David.
Ambassador David.
All right. So tell us what you do at Dr. Vigo.
Okay, my listeners, I believe this is not your first time of hearing the voice on radio. The reason is because our people say when you discover a good opportunity, you bring it home, and that's why we are here again. Yesterday, we were also on a live broadcast discussing about Dr. Vigo and the good things we brought to Nigeria and Africa at large. So many persons believe that they can eat anything and defecate. Some people said the stomach does not know what enters there. You can eat anything. But then I keep on telling people that you are what you eat. So it's either you eat your food as medicine, that is eating healthy, or you eat medicine as food. There are so many families that before they sleep every night, they have to take medicines. And I can tell you that most of these medicines they are consuming, the preservations they use for them normally affect your health at old age. You will take them and get relief, but then there's no permanent cure from those kind of medicines. Now, sometime last year we got a call from a Chinese company that is Dr. Vigo. Now, when this call came in, we have to travel to a place called Shenzhen in China to confirm the existence and authenticity of this company. We discovered from this trip that this company have their factory that produces their products. The factory that produces all these products, and they are produced from plant and animal natural extracts, no chemicals. All right, so, and now, when we came back to Nigeria, we began to give people these products to use, because seeing, they say, is believing. Now, one of the things that caught my attention is that these products are produced organically. Most of you have been hearing about human body regeneration and restorative science. It's a new science that said that everything in the body can be regenerated. Yes, no matter the challenge, no matter the ailment, there is a solution to it. And people that understand this science are living a healthy lifestyle, because under this science we have anti-aging. If you have heard about nicotinamide mononucleotide, Dr. Vigo produces nicotinamide mononucleotide. And as I'm talking to you, you don't need to go to China. They are here in Nigeria with us. And that is why we are calling for a program for people to come and join us in our conference that is coming up tomorrow. We'll be giving you the venue and time of this conference, because in this conference, we'll be sharing with you some of these health products that we brought all the way from China. Now guess what? You'll be testing some of them. We'll be giving us some of them free. Just mention the ailment. There is permanent solution to it organically. Now, when I talk about the human body regeneration and restorative science, the nicotinamide mononucleotide have the ability to regenerate all the dead cells in the body system. And guess what? The body is full of cells, from the eye to other internal organs. All right, so if there's anything that can regenerate the cells of the body system, my dear, the person will have the ability to keep you every day young, and you'll be fit all the time. So we'll be sharing with you some of these products, organic products that we brought all the way from China. We'll also be playing the Chinese video, the trip video for you to see, because seeing is believing. So we don't just make mouths. We're telling you practical what we have experienced. All right. So and this meeting too, there was going to be a free medical checkup. Yes, checking the full body system from the brain cells down to your toe. That is, the 5 main organs of the body system will be in check: the liver cells, the kidney, the spleen, the lungs, and the heart. Many of you don't have time to go for checkup or to know your health status. The Chinese doctor said the African man only go to hospital when there is emergency. And if you check it, it's true. Most person, you cannot just walk into a hospital and say, I want to check my body system, unless when they carry emergency. Wow. So don't wait until that time. In this program, you have opportunity to know your health status. You also have opportunity to have access to this health product without paying money. Then we now share with you, because as a new company coming into Nigeria, they are looking for partners. So if you're a businessman, you want to partner with a company, or you're a doctor listening to me, or a nurse, you want to have these health products in your pharmacy, in your hospital, and the rest, please don't miss to attend this program, because all the products are 100% NAFDAC certified. We are FDA certified. We are GMP certified. We are halal certified. So you don't have any problem at all. All right. So we'll be sharing with you the venue, the time, and the numbers to call in case you want to attend this program. Thank you very much.
Okay. So where is it happening?
At number 70 Bolu Road, opposite Jehovah Witness.
Number 17 Bolu Road, opposite Jehovah Witness. You can get this from Ruma Hollow. Everybody, you know Rumokoro. So when you get to Rumokoro, Ruma Hollow Road, just drives down, then ask of number 17 Bolu Road, opposite Jehovah Witness. Then you can equally call the following number.
What are the numbers to call?
Okay, 070 65 66 0860 or 090 41 37 5867. Call again. 070 65 66 0860 or 090 41.
Okay, the time is, we'll be having two sections tomorrow. The first session is 11 in the morning, and the second session is 1:30 in the afternoon. So if you miss the morning on, you try to be with us in the afternoon. Please, you get the number again, so that you can, in case you want to get the venue. You want to get the directions to the venue, please call the following number.
070 65 66 0860 090 41 37 58 67.
Okay. The session is free. Attendance is free.
Yes, attendance is free because the program have already been paid for. All right, it's supposed to, at least on the norm, the last program we did, people paid 30,000 to be in the hall, but this one have already been paid for. So just come in expectant, come loaded, come with your writing material, because your brain might not jot all. God bless you all.
So your products are NAFDAC certified?
Yes, 100% NAFDAC certified. We are GMP certified. We also we are FDA certified and halal certified. So it's a full loaded program for you. So anywhere you are, rush to this very program. Whether you're a physician, you're a medical worker, or you're a businessman, no matter your profession, you are welcome. Remember, health is wealth.
So let's recap. Dr. Vigo, you're into?
Yes, Dr. Vigo is a bioscience company into health product production. Now, we have different departments. We have the health aspect, we have the orthopedic aspect, we have the gynecological aspect, we have the household use items, and so many of them. So, and these products are produced from plant and natural animal natural extract. All right, so it's not as if there is a chemical combination on them. So this is one of the things that caught my attention. All right, so you can come and explain. Our people said what you wear in your hand, you don't need mirror to watch. So you don't need mirror to watch it. Just come and be part of this conference. Remember, the entrance is free. Just come expectant. There will be a lot of things you are going to benefit. One of them is, like I said earlier, free medical checkup. Another one is free medicines to some few persons that came on time. Then another one is you're going to have a free gift. All right, these are these are things that you're going to benefit. Then also for people that will come on time, there will be a free medical sensitization. That is free consultation and also free teachings on the foods to eat and some things to avoid. Because believe me, in a certain age, there's some food you need to avoid. Yes. So these are some of the things you benefit in the program tomorrow.
The phone numbers for participation.
Okay. 070 65
Need to slow down.
070 65 66 0860.
Okay, one more time.
070 65 66 0860. Second number.
Okay.
090 41 37 58 67. Thank you.
Can you take the second number again?
090 41 37 58 67.
All right. Thank you, sir, for making the time to be here.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
Hit the road, fill your drive. Ignite the vibe, stay locked. Today 95.1 FM, radio on the go.
All right, eyewitness report present, active. It's time to bring in all of your eyewitness report on the show. Eyewitness, really different things. Eyewitness reports is eyewitness reports. I don't want to start going over all of the things, but of course you know what eyewitness report is, and yeah. So we're done with that phase of what's on your mind. Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Goody calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, what's your eyewitness report?
My eyewitness report, I went to Omagwa because last time I told you I appreciated the executive chairman of Ipere local government. I love the man, the way he's driving the vehicle of Ipere local government. Then even the uniform he gave to the Igruta, in fact, all the motorists, the cyclists at Ipere local government. But then when I got to Omagwa, I discovered that some of them are still collecting money from the motorists that are driving along the Port Harcourt Road and the Were Road. Instead of them, please, Chairman, let people let you know this. There are some people that collect money, they allow them to load and go. All the vehicles should go to the park. If you are dropping a vehicle, if you don't go to park, let them catch you and collect 200,000 naira from you. If you want to load, if you pick passenger out of that park, they should collect 200,000 naira from you. If they do that, you see the whole motor from Owerri.
All right, thank you.
They will go to the park, and there will be development and money for the river, for the local government. Please,
Okay, thank you. Thank you for bringing the report. Okay, got it. Hello, good evening. Welcome.
My name is Honda for Jesus.
You say what?
Honda for Jesus.
Okay, go on. What's your eyewitness report?
Yeah, that's my native name.
Okay. Go on.
Local government. Yeah, I'm the son of son. River State, Port Harcourt. Local government. That's my local government. This Deeper Life Road I'm talking about it. You know the road, right?
The Deeper Life Road along where?
Here, that help people. That help governor. That help the whole river, the whole Port Harcourt people that are working this year also for the country growth flying over here. That road helped a lot of people. That road was done by NDDC. Let me greet NDDC. NDDC try a lot, my community more than here. NDDC gave us standard street road finish. Gave us solar light. Go street more than here. Shining like London. Shining like Abuja. My estimates are done Abuja. So, that road I'm talking about is anything that don't work that road for us. Deeper Life Road here. I'm up and I get both governor, both everybody, commissioner working with the governor. Now, where they want to work this Port Harcourt thing goes over flyover, they announce it, the whole radio station, even today FM.
All right.
Minister of Work announce it. They go past Deeper Life Road, connect wherever they're going. We don't sleep in the midnight. We hear one car be stopping. Now, I come and see that road now. We cannot drive our car to our house. We cannot drive our car to come out and to enter. Now,
the road is really bad.
It's really bad.
All right, thank you.
This government, please excuse me. You have stepped down now for my brother to enter, my local government, my local government chairman person to enter there now. Now, who will do that road for me now?
All right. So, the road can still be fixed now.
Now, I want to beg the person who will take over 227.
The project of the road project has nothing to do with individual. It's that position. If that position is occupied, whoever occupies that position should work on roads and fix all of that. So it's not about the person.
Excuse me, don't be offended.
But thank you. You've used up you've talked for almost. This is even more than 1 minute 30 seconds. All right. Thank you. I can't just. It won't be fair if I just allow you go on and on and on and on about that. But you brought your report on already, and so it's been noted. Okay? Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Your eyewitness report.
Okay, my eyewitness report is today there was two. I'm calling you from a local government.
Okay.
Two persons was fighting together. They are women.
Two persons were fighting where?
Yes, two women were fighting at a berry.
Ebere Omuma.
Yes.
So what happened?
So, two police boys just came on their own. Nobody invited them. They took one person and went to station. Then the next person they wanted to take off, his in-law came and said no, that they can't take her to station, that this is still fighting. And they insisted that that person must go to station with them. So argument now ensued. We started asking the police people who invited the people in this matter, and why is it that the people want to take them to station since it is still fighting and have been separated. So that was what happened today. So in the process, the policeman was assisting. So
Okay.
to make peace then, the lady that was in her shop, they told her to bring the girl to police station. That
Yeah.
they are going. Then they left. So that's my eyewitness report today.
Okay. Okay. What led to the fight to do that now led to bringing the girl to the police station? What transpired that they were fighting? At some point in your report, the network was not so clear, so I didn't even get a part of what you said. But I know you said about the women fighting. Did you explain why they were fighting and how it transpired? All right, bring your eyewitness report, your reports, yeah, and like the things your eyes witnessed. 0701933992. That's for text messages, that's for WhatsApp messages, that's for voice notes. Yeah, be sure to read them and play them. To call in to say your eyewitness report, 0810951091. All right, it's still Eyewitness Report on this dial today, 95.1 FM. What's your Eyewitness Report this evening? Something going on around you that you want to talk about? Something happening in your community that you want to share? Something not going well that you want to be fixed? Or something that has been fixed and you want to just let us know? All right, 0810951091. That's the number to call to tell us what that report is. You want to send a text message, or rather, prepare a WhatsApp message or voice note, 0701933962. Good evening, Today FM. My name is Tina Miriam Chitu from Rumodogo. My eyewitness report is this. River State government should do something about the high rate of one chance that is happening in the Port Harcourt. Today, I saw a woman shouting and crying how she fell into one chance vehicle. These criminals are not just stealing people's properties, they are borrowing large amounts from these loan apps in their names. Please, the residents of Port Harcourt are not safe. River State Police Command, please make una help the citizens before water go past Gario. Chinemere Chitu from Rumodogo. That one chance thing, it's really crazy. It's just like it's coming back on again, because it was rampant for a while sometime last year, and then it just stopped. We stopped hearing about it, but now it's like resurfacing. I saw a video of was it last month? Yeah, I think last month, of a girl talking about how she and her friend entered the vehicle and there was one chance. They did not know until they were already in the vehicle, and they collected their phones, the money they had on, their cards. They told them to open their bank apps. It's a very crazy and terrible experience that no one should even get to experience. So really, it's calling on the River State government, and then those unions for transporters, for drivers, such that it's easier to identify a vehicle if it's registered, so that some of these people who do this one chance in these vehicles that have no number plate and it's not even registered. And then this is also like a call to the police. They should really do their job. While they have checkpoints, they should really be doing the checkpoint stuff, or be checking, not some other business that we do not know about. Because if this one chance vehicle passing through a place where there's a police checkpoint, and maybe they see that there's a distress call for help, it would be easier to get the victims out of those buses or taxis. Because yes, be careful, but you can't be too careful also. As long as it's something that you saw, of course not. I wasn't doubting it. I just was asking, like, do you mean it's been like that since the emergency rule? Because I saw emergence. I was trying to confirm that, okay, since the emergency rule last year, that you mean that the street lights there have not been working. That was the confirmation I was trying to get. Not that I was doubting it. But yeah, now that you're bringing it on here again, it's been noted. All right, location flyover. So I'm guessing that at night it's always very dark then. Street lights that are those poles and the lights. What's the essence of poles and lights standing if it's not working? Some of those poles are bent, some of them the lights are flickering, it's not stable, some of them the lights don't even come on at all. So it's just occupying space for nothing. Something should really be done about it. Let's take this call now. 08109510951. That's for calls. 0701933992. That's for messages, voice notes, WhatsApp messages. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, madam.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Mr. Christian.
All right, go on.
Yes, calling from Port Harcourt. My eyewitness is why is it that there is no government hospital in Egbeda, in Emoha local government area of Rivers State? Since 2015, that the one that was built by His Right Honorable Barrister Chibika Amechi. After Amechi now come down, that primary health center stopped automatically. Since then, till now. So it is very, very disheartening that don't have government hospitals. So I'm begging the authorities, the people that says they are in charge, to make sure that
hospitals, right?
They put hospital in Egbeda, government hospital in Egbeda.
Egbema.
Thank you very much.
The name of the community?
In Egbeda.
Okay, Egbeda. Okay.
Yes, Egbeda in Emoha local government.
All right.
Area of Rivers State. Ward
Okay.
11, Emoha local government.
All right. Thank you.
Yes,
We have
thank
to
you.
confirm that one so that we know where we are channeling the attention to Egbeda and Moha local government area. This is, of course, not the first reports that we hear about health centers and hospitals in different communities. So if you do not speak out or speak up about the a non-functioning hospital in a community, the government are aware, but the more we bring it on, the more they know how serious they need to attend to these places, and they know that the faster or the sooner they do, the better for the people. So yeah, that's how we do it. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Shidra from Obobero.
All right, what's your eyewitness report?
My eyewitness is our road. Our road. Why it's important for
Road
me now
where?
is because of
What road?
Ogbogro Road. Ogbogro Road, the
Okay,
ring road.
okay.
Ogbogro Road, the ring road. Just let me say 2 to 3 days now where there's no heavy rainfall. That is where somebody can pass. So, and the governor now is not going back for a second tenure. So, I'm afraid. So, my eyewitness, I'm afraid now. I'm afraid as I'm talking
If these
to you
roads
now.
will be completed or what?
Yes. If the road will be completed, if the road will not be abandoned from now, if the contractor will come back to site and do something for us to move from now, just talking from this rainy season now, from now to July, August,
Yeah.
we can pass because of the situation of the state and what is happening in the state for now. Nobody will consider this our Ogbogro Road. Now, before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let's also know that the governor is still on seat, so every project that is still on, there are still chances of completion. Yeah, and finishing. So, it's not like the fear is not, or it's not valid that you're worried. Of course, you 09510951. What's your eyewitness report? Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Rona Bora.
Yes, please. Welcome.
Yes, my name is Chigozi from Udon Clan.
Go on.
Rona Bora, I want to use this medium to inform the Ministry of Education in River State what is going on in one of our schools in Obakre. The village is Ahai Obakre. The community girls secondary school. Ahai Obakre.
Yeah, what's happening?
The teacher teaching there. They are not coming to class to teach the people. So I use this medium to fund the Ministry of Education to do the needful for the people of.
The teachers don't come to work, or they come, they don't teach.
They only say when the month reaches to 20-something, they will be expecting a lot from River State government to pay them. So I'm using this medium to inform the Ministry of Education.
All right.
To do the needful for the school. Thank you. I remember you got it from Udon Clan.
Okay, thank you. Why would they not teach now? Why? Attitude to work too is also a part of. But the school is functioning, so why are the teachers not teaching? Or because they are not thoroughly supervised, that's why they are doing the job anyhow. They expect to be paid, right? Hello, good evening.
Good evening, my sister.
Welcome. Go on.
Yeah, I'm Oti, one is Obogoma.
All right.
My eyewitness is Governor said he don't want to continue his governorship in River State. Before he leaves the office, you should remember local government pensioners so that we as the civil servants are shouting good of him. The old men too should shout of his goodness. So he should not be having the civil servants and forgetting the local government pensioners that they stopped to pay them since 2013. And they get this thing that I'm telling you. So they should try governor should order local government to pay their pensioners. That is one.
All right.
Two.
Thank you.
That is one. Wait, let me finish up. Obogo.
Try and wrap up.
Local government chairman should remember Obogo for light, road, center. That is my eyewitness. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Road, light, health center, Abby. Good evening.
Good evening, my sister.
Welcome.
My name is Justice Isaiah.
What's your eyewitness report?
I'm calling from Port Harcourt here, in Port Harcourt. And I have an eyewitness.
Go on.
I observe here in Port Harcourt there are so many mad women and women coming into Port Harcourt every day. Where are they coming from? I keep on doubting. Where are they coming from? So many of them here in Port Harcourt. Uncountable. So the government should look into this and know where they're coming from. You have to be referred to the various states.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
These are those mad people. You didn't lie. They are almost in every junction, every road, every flyover, every corner, and it's almost like they're just scattered everywhere. On the median, you see some of them lying there, eating, moving about. It's just that someone told me that she was chased by a madman on the road. Like, a madman was chasing her. She said she didn't know if really the man was after her, but he was coming to her direction and was holding something. It's also part of eyewitness report, because that's what we're saying. You should really look for it to just remove all of them from the roads, from the streets. Just pack all of them somewhere. The ones that needs to be rehabilitated and all, they should just do something about it. This is River State government to do something about it. I think in one of these states, is it Edo State or which state, that they are is it catching now that I'll call it, but they are really removing mad people from the streets. Yeah, they are trying to just sweep them off the streets, off the roads. It's part of sanitation, no? It is. It's part of zero 09510951. What's your eyewitness report? Hello, good evening.
Hello.
I've taken your call. Go on.
Yes, I had Tony from Umeblu.
All right.
My eyewitness at Umeblu here is that, see, something pertaining this light, I don't know whether we will die for road or we will cry for light. As soon as we pay light money, the people giving energy from AFAM or wherever, we will not get light for 5 days, 1 week, 2 weeks. Nearly the time to bring bill to pay the next money. They will bring light. After we pay the light, it cannot stay light. If they don't tell you say pole fall, they say transformer. If they don't tell you say this do, I beg, tell them, let them help us about the road and the light. Now you see how security something all over. Without light, you have no security. Without road, you can call police. You have no road. Police to take on rescue us. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that report. All of our reports are very valid, very, very, very valid, and important is given to each of them because as long as it concerns you and I, that makes it very important. And but the moment you bring it on here, it's already a valid concern. All right. 08109510951. That's the number to call to say what your eyewitness report is this evening. This message here says State School Edoha in Ahoda is local government area that was built by former Governor Rotimi Amechi that was not completed is now without a single roofing sheet, and the environment is as bushy as an evil forest. So I'm calling on River State government to pity the pupils and fix the roof. From Engineer Godwin Happy. Yeah, all right. The school in the State School in Edoha, Ahoda East local government area, River State government and Ministry of Education. Yeah, calling on them to send people to go check that out. And the pupils, if the school is already, if the school lacks roofing sheets and the school environment has been covered with bush, you can only imagine
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Exit of a legend. With total submission to the will of the Almighty God, the family of Peter Wallu announces the passing on to glory of their beloved husband, father, brother, uncle, and grandfather, Peter Wallu, aka Bro P, age 75. Burial arrangement, Friday 22nd May 2026, 5 p.m. Service of songs at Wallu's compound, Adanta Isiokpo, Ikwere LGA, River State, Nigeria. Saturday 23rd May 2026, 8 a.m. Body leaves mortuary for funeral service at Wallu's compound, Adanta Isiokpo, Ikwere LGA, River State, Nigeria. Funeral service by Deeper Life Bible Church. Entertainment by 12 p.m. Sunday 24th May 2026, 8 a.m. Thanksgiving service at Deeper Life Bible Church, Adanta Isiokpo, LGA. This is signed by Darlington Wenike Wallu, Chief Mourner.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is High Life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies.
African style. African style. African style. African style.
All right, it's security and you. Your security, my security, your safety, my safety, and you and I. Our security expert is here, and we'll be having conversations centered around safety. We know that insecurity is a big deal right now in Nigeria, not only in River State, but yeah. So we're talking about security generally. And all right. Social disorganization theory of crime. So that topic sounds very, very, very serious. Like the grammar is too much. But don't worry, our experts will be here to break it down step by step. You know, all of that for us. Good evening, Mr. Kechi Smith Divya.
Yes, good evening. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
When you introduced it, you said it sounds how?
It sounded like, it sounded so big,
Big.
Yeah.
Anyway, is social digitalization of crime or social control theory of crime.
Yeah.
When we talk of disorganization, you know what that means.
Of course.
Yeah. Now, it can also be said as social control theory of crime. Now, social control theory of crime or social disorganization theory of crime. In criminology, there is something that we look at. We look at the causes of crime. we look at why do people commit crime? Why, at every point, crime is increasing in the society. We'll begin to look at why is it happening? What has actually changed that crime is increasing? And that you see people positing different forms and types of theories and all that. And these theories have already been posited for years. So maybe we'll be looking at the theory so that we'll try to understand why these things is increasing in the society lately. Now, you see, let me first greet our listeners. We've been listeners across our states. I know that some persons had been agitating politically and all of that. The state is tense politically, but then you just need to know that your security is the number one thing that you need to take care of. Let me welcome you once again to this program, Security and You. And you know, it has to do with security awareness program where we want to know why is crime increasing. We have established the fact that there is no product called crime. So it's usually an act. And today we're going to be looking at that social control theory of crime. And I have it here. Why are more people turning to crime as society loses its moral control? It's a question. Maybe if you have an answer to it, you can actually call to also let us know. Why are more people turning to crime as society loses its moral control? Just like you introduced it then and how it sounded. Social control theories explain one dangerous truth. Yes, people are less likely to commit crime when they are strongly connected to family, religion, education, culture, moral value, and positive society relationship. You understand that? Yeah. People are more likely, as in less likely to commit crime when they are connected to family.
Yeah.
Now, you hear people go outside, children go outside, and even when their peers are trying to probably introduce something that seem not to be the value of the family, they tell you, no, don't do this in our house. No, I won't do this. If I do this, I will disappoint my family. If I do this, I will disappoint my parents as such. Because why they fail to do this or why they are insisting not to do that is because they are connected to their family. It is because they are connected to their family. It is because they are connected to a religious organization. It is because they are educated. It is because they have some cultural value. That's why people do not just commit crime. That's why they say when people are less connected, as in when people are connected to their family, they are less to commit crime. That's what this theory posits. Now, you hear people because of their religious organization, they tend not to commit crime. Yes, because I belong to this religious organization. For that reason, they don't commit crime. You see, education, like last week we talked about failure of education and how that fuels crime. You see, people that are well educated sometimes, because of the exposure, they tend not to commit crime. Some culture does not also support that. And moral value, these are people that are connected to these things. They are less likely to commit crime. But when those bonds are weakened, crime, insecurity, cultism, drug abuse, kidnapping, internet fraudster, prostitution, violence, deviant behaviors definitely increase. So now, you now begin to see that it is the parents, it is the religious organization, it is the education, it is these things that are forced security agencies, not even the police itself. That's why I say families, religious organizations, schools, society are the first security agencies against crime in Nigeria. because every child comes from an institution called family. Now, that is why we have established the fact that this theory is saying that when people are connected to family, when people are connected to their religion, when people are connected to education, they tend not to commit crime. Today, we are now looking at why is it increasing, and I just want to look at some statistical points. According to the Global Crime Study by organizations like the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime and other several African security reports, it has been established that youths without parental supervision are significantly more likely to engage in violent crime. I don't know if that sounds like a fact, and that is what it is. Youths without parental supervision are significantly more likely to engage in crime. What this means is that, you see, when you go outside, when you fail to educate your children, when you fail to supervise your children, they go to the street. And one thing about the street is that the street does not teach value. The street does not teach discipline. The street does not teach accountability. The street does not teach value, and it does not teach patience. So when you fail to supervise the children, they significantly are likely to engage in crime. Community with weak educational system and poor family structures often experience higher crime rates. Now, you see, some communities that have weak educational system, it is established according to this theory that they are more likely to have a higher crime rate. Drug abuse, gang culture, cybercrime increase rapidly where social discipline is weakened. You see, most times, if you go back to what has been happening lately, you see that social discipline is weakening on a daily basis. Before I came here, I was somewhere trying to conclude my mission. So while I was there, some group of young girls just came in. They came in and randomly they started snapping picture. They were dressed properly, very well. They were dressed properly. I felt maybe because the public place, I felt maybe they just want to sit out and all that. Before you know, like someone was trying to maybe take a birthday picture also. So they were just snapping randomly. And people are there, and you can't just snap randomly, because sometimes you might we don't know where you're posting the picture. You probably will post the picture of another person. I was looking at it, I said, this is exactly what we see as social control theory. Because if the moral system is still strong, you can hardly see a young girl or a young man that will just come in the public and be snapping picture. Yes, then you can hardly see that. If they want to snap, they go to some closet and make their thing. But here I was just watching with the few minutes we were trying to round up. I was just watching. Somebody will just do like this, will smile. Somebody will smile. Different forms of smiles and different styles. Not even bothering. Who are these people here? Do they really? That's how you see that society gradually is weakening. Because you can't just walk into those kind of places and you just start laughing, snapping, smiling, snapping, changing styles, all of that. You can hardly get this kind of thing. So when community moral system is weakening, this is exactly what we see in our country today. You see that cultism is rising, ritual killing are just increasing, internet fraudster among youth is just becoming normalized, drug abuse is spreading, violence and moral decay are becoming common. The question is, what happened to our social control? You see it now. What happened to our social control? Because if our social control is still intact, these things will not increase. I remember when we were in school then, courtesan, when you even try to join, people will not know. It's usually a secret thing. Because when a person, before you will even identify a courtesan then in school, in fact, there used to be some set of calm people. They don't even go look for trouble then. You see, when they identify that this person is a courtesan, you will even surprise. You will even find that no, this person has never been that. No, this person cannot do that. Because for then, there were strong moral, social moral value. That's why everything then were hidden. But now, you see, somebody will just come and even tell you that he has belonged, so you have to.
They're so proud
You have to be careful that he has belonged. That means that the social control system is weakened. That's why the question here is, what happened to our social control? And as we go down, I just want us to look at what this social control theory of crime explains. It says there are 4 pillars of social control theory. 4 pillars of social control. The social control says crime is prevented through 4 major bonds. 4 major bonds. And if we're able to establish these 4 major bonds, I can tell you crime is actually prevented. We can actually have a free crime society if possible. At least we reduce it to at least 80%.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and the 4 major bonds, according to this theory, is number 1, attachment. Now, strong emotional connection to parents, teachers, mentors, religious leaders, and society reduces crime, can actually prevent crime. When I was establishing my point here, I said when you are strongly attached to your teacher, you wouldn't want to disappoint him or her. When you're strongly attached to your parents, I said that when people that are connected to their parents, students, teachers, and all that, they are less likely to commit crime. So the theory is saying that strong emotional connection to parents, teachers, mentors, religious leaders, and society those people are less likely to commit crime, because when they remember the shame that they will bring to their family, when they remember the shame that they will bring to the teacher, when they remember the shame that will come to the mentor, their religious leader, of course, when you know that if you do like this, something will happen, and your
you know
pastor,
that you're accountable to people too.
your pastor will call you, and you're a worker in the church, or you're a worker in the mosque, or whatever, and you know that your religious leader will call you. And if you look at that, you have to be very careful in whatever you're trying to do. And as such, this can prevent crime. Then number 2 is commitment. Commitment. We've talked about attachment. Now we'll look at commitment. Having goals, dreams, education, careers, reputation, and future ambition is also less likely to make you commit crime. Now, you see children youths that have goals, that have dreams, that have dreamed where they will reach in their educational career, qualifications, reputations, future ambitions. You see somebody is saying, when we were in university then, and I think someone was trying to help someone fill a particular form. He said, no, let me use my hand and go and fill my form. Tomorrow now, when I will become a governor, they will say somebody filled a form for me. You see, that's because he has a future ambition. So as such, he tried to make sure that everything he's doing is doing them rightly, so that tomorrow somebody will not come and say, I did this form for him. So when you have a good goal, when you have dreams, when you have future of where to go, where to get to, your career, your reputation, and your future ambition, these tend to reduce the likelihood that person will not be involved in crime. Another one, the number 3 is involvement. keeping people busy with productivity activities instead of idleness. You see, this is where it's very serious. The third one is involvement, keeping people busy with productivity. Now, how many youths are actually productive? Yeah, it is not like they are not productive like in person, but the theory is saying keeping them productive. So what are the measures to keep them productive? What are we doing to see that they are productive? Because what we are talking is when crime increases, we begin to analyze, we begin to research. Why this sudden surge in crime recently? Now it tells you that most persons are not productive because they do not have what that will keep them productive. Like there's no job, unemployment everywhere. Yeah, and as such, some people wake up in the morning, they have nowhere to go. In fact, I have one friend that she graduated 2012 or 2013. It was just few months, in fact, just last month also that she got a job. Since 2013. So just last month. They've not even, I don't think they've paid her salary. Just like 1 month that she got a job. And so, you know, when that happened, she called me and she said, I should guess what? The only thing I could just guess that you've gotten a job. Because that was like a prayer point at every point. So imagine that kind of time, the length of time a person has graduated without a job. So there is low level of productivity. That low level of productivity is not like our youths are not productive. That is why when you don't keep them busy, you don't keep them productive, you don't give them employment, if you keep them idle, they will turn the energy to crime. So we're talking of the 4 cardinal points of this theory. And number 4 is respect for laws, moral value, culture, and social ethics. When these 4 collapses, crime increases. When the respect for laws, of course, you see what is happening in the political system. Now, the respect for law, when people no longer have respect for law, when people have seen themselves as being above the law, when the moral value has failed, when culture, when social ethics, now, you know, in some communities, they have their value, they have how they behave and all of that. As they will say, when all these things collapse, then crime will definitely increase. That is why we do everything humanly possible for those that are in the judiciary to see that there should always be respect for law. Because when people begin to see themselves as above the law, when people commit crime and they go to subvert justice and all that. Like the other time I was talking of victim and victimization, and I was telling them that why do you think that people, when things happen, they say they need justice? If justice is automatically granted and all that, why will people cry for justice? So the respect for law is one of those things that we should at every point in time keep, so that crime will reduce. Because when people know that when they commit crime, then they will go through the processes and they will face the law, automatically that will reduce. And if going further, maybe when we come back, we'll be looking at 6 key points why crime keep increasing in the society.
All right. If time permits us to take these 6, we'll just try to do that. So do a commercial and then we'll get back to this. And if we can still take calls, we'll just try to do that. Please stay with us.
Want to know what's happening? Get latest information in sports, politics, lifestyle, you name it. The frequency of choice. Today 95.1 FM. Today 95.1 FM. We serve you the latest update on everything. Today 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Talking about the theory of organization or disorganization of crime in the society, and we've had Okechi Smith-Libya still here talk about this, why we think crime can reduce or why it increases and how it can reduce and all of that. But would like to have you join in on the conversation, yes, and like to know what you think about it. As the time permits, we just have a few minutes before we wrap up. Now, the question on this matter we're asking is, do you believe that Nigerian society celebrates wealth now more than integrity? Because a lot of people just don't care how you make money as long as you are wealthy. They just celebrate you. Oh, everyone loves success. Success has so many brothers and sisters and relatives. So if you're successful, you're wealthy, the society just, moves to your direction and celebrates you. And no one is questioning how did you get the money, how did you make your wealth and all of that. What's the source of your income and what do you do? So do you believe that Nigerian society today now celebrates wealth more than integrity? So join in on the conversation, 0810-9510951. That's the number to call to be a part of the conversation, to add your voice to it. If you think that the society now these days celebrates wealth more than integrity, join in on the conversation. Meanwhile, we're still going to talk about some key points or factors about this crime society and organization. So 0810-9510951. That's the number to call to join in on the conversation. So you were talking about some points, right?
Some factors.
Yeah.
That increases this. And one dangerous thing society does not actually understand is that when people stop feeling ashamed of wrongdoing, crime multiplies. when you
and it becomes normalized.
yeah. When people stop feeling about wrongdoing, crime normalized. So number one, crime starts when moral shame disappears. Crime starts when moral shame disappears. That's why I said when people stop feeling ashamed of wrongdoing, crime multiplies. Years ago, I have said that stealing was something very shameful. But now, you just open social media, you see people. I mean, sometimes, in fact, some skit makers are even using it in that direction to entertain us. You see some skit makers snatching bags as a form of skits entertainment and all that. You see them snatching phones and all that. That's what social media has brought to us. Yeah, you just watch people act these things. The people just act stealing phones, snatching phones by the car and all of that. So stealing was something very shameful before, but now it's even everywhere. So people even act it. Courtesan was hidden, like I have said before. Before you enter a court and all of that, you have to hide. It's usually a hidden thing. Drug abuse was, condemned then. But now, look at the volume, look at the number of youth that are falling into drug. Now, but for today, fraudsters are celebrated. Violence is glorified online, like I said. Young people now admire criminal lifestyle. This is called normalization of deviance. Okay? This is called normalization of deviance. Now, fraudsters are celebrated. One research that I just concluded recently about the hike in house rent. Sometimes here things happen, people don't even do much of this research, but I went into it. I wanted to know why just 3 years back we had a very high surge in house rent, and one of the factors I have also seen in that research is because people celebrate fraudsters, internet fraudsters more, and internet fraudsters are leaving their parents' houses. It's a collapse of family structure. The family structure, family value is collapsing. That is why a boy of 18 years will leave his family house and go and rent a house. So you have more young people leaving their family structure to go and live alone because they've, in one way or the other, gotten money. So you see a young boy of 18 years buying a car, living large. This is because the family structure has collapsed. Ordinarily, if it's not collapsing anyway, a boy of a girl of 18 years should still be around the family house. There is no need for a girl going to rent a house at that age. I don't need for a boy going to rent a house at that age. Probably you're in school and that's like a hostel or something. But now you have more people leaving their parents' house at that tender age, if I will use the word, at that 18. And because the system is collapsing, they start renting. And because they have gotten some illegal money that have been celebrated and all that, they tend to pay any amount. That's why when they go, they say just how all this POP thing came out, because they don't live in houses that are not properly furnished. So even when they go, they see that you don't even have it, they pull what you have done, furnish their own and all of that. So when a landlord is telling you 10,000 and another person is ready to pay 20,000, so it's part of it. So fraudsters are celebrated. Violence is glorified online, and young people now admire criminal lifestyle. Of course, go online, you see young people admiring criminal this, and this is called normalization of deviance. I think we are going to stop maybe here. Next week we'll continue with number 2, and I have said here that a young boy sees internet fraudster driving expensive car and receiving respect in society. Instead of condemning crime, society celebrates the proceed of crime. Gradually, crime becomes attractive.
All right. So we'll be wrapping up here. because of time, we'll have to wrap up before 8:45. But yeah, basically, that's like the current society that we're in. They have normalized a lot of things that should not be normalized, and that's why people now see crime as I'm not the only person doing it now. I'm not the first person to do it. A lot of people do it, so why should I be crucified for doing it? But that doesn't make it any less of a crime. A crime is still a crime, whether 10 people do it, 20 people, 100 people are doing it. We can just take if a call comes in before we wrap up, we can just sneak that one in. Let's take this call.
Okay, maybe we can take another.
Hello, good evening.
Hello, Rona. Good evening.
Welcome.
Hey, Chief Solomon.
All right.
You see, if we want to fight crime, insecurity, you see, one of the, opinion I want to bring, these people that used to build fence, our government permit dwarf fence. You see, there are some streets you will enter, you will see the long fences, if somebody outside will not see inside, somebody inside will not see outside, and no matter how you shout. So let us start from there to fight insecurity.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, but he's actually made a point. But in security we have different segments. That's what we call physical security.
Yeah,
that's physical security. It's one of the measures anyway. But then in physical security you could bring this recommendation. But when we're talking of social value, so when the value is there, like if we want to say number 2, we have broken family structure is a security threat. The theory explains that the first security institution is not the police, it is the family. I hope you know that. The family is the first security institution.
Yeah.
Many criminals today grew up without parental supervision, I've said it, without emotional care, without discipline, without moral direction. When parents abandon mentorship, gangs recruit faster, court group gain membership, and drug dealers target youth. That is why we are saying that broken family structure is a security threat. So whatever you're doing as a family, whatever you're doing as a parent, you need to put eye. You need to bring your children closer, because you are the first security institution. Every criminal today grew up in a family, and I know that sometimes the family research has it that 80% family that are well structured, grown up children that are okay,
all right,
that are out from crime.
All right, let's see if we can squeeze in this final call and then we'll wrap up with this one. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome.
Good evening, all.
Good evening. Go on.
I'm Yade Berati, calling from Abha.
All right.
I think that one of the reasons why values are no longer appreciated in the society is abandonment of farm work. You see, provision of food and shelter is attached to farm work. The roof of the house is made from farm work. The food we eat is made from farm work. And that farm work initiates people into the belief that hard work is the way rather than the easy way. Some even have gone into saying that going spiritual will give them money. Now, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that think of the olden days. A man will use thatch and mud, build house, and live in it. But today, you'll be looking for 30 million naira to build house, which even leads many, leads civil servants into corruption. Then those who are into business inflate prices to make sure that they will get money and build house. But in the olden days, when people were really engaged in farm work, you discover that they get the roof from the farm, they get food, they build house with mud. But today, it is no longer like that. Now that goes to culture. We are using our culture, which aligns to what you are saying. Our culture, the way we build house, we've left it, and now we need so much money. I'm telling you, make a research. You discover that building of house is a major thing that is causing people to go into crime. Because the money you use in building house, you use it to establish a business and be managing with your family. You use it to get married, establish your.
All right, thank you. We have to wrap up now.
I know what I'm saying.
All right.
Very well.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you for your opinion. All right, this is where we wrap up security, and we may have to do a follow-up or a continuation of this topic next week, Thursday. But thank you all for joining the conversation, and thank you, Mr. Smith.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Maybe next week we'll continue.
All right.
With this.
Good evening. The video comes up right after this. Please stay with us.
Sports update is to fasten your seatbelt, relax, answer. Honorable Kunle Soleja is about to take you down memory lane. All you need to know about the Nigerian Premier Football League. Yes, it used to be called Professional League. There's so much here, I tell you. If you can spare your precious 15 minutes with us, well, like I always say, one edition can never be enough when this kind of superstar is right here talking to you. My name is Godwin Enakanes Global Sports Update. I did say that Kunle Soleja, KS for short, King of Sport, is right here to educate us when we come back from this break. Many thanks for staying with us. Yes, like I said, fasten your seatbelt, get ready. Kunle Soleja, KS, King of Sport, is about to take us down memory lane. Thank you so much for joining us, KS Baba. Thank you for obliging us at short notice.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure being with you, Godwin. And you refer to me as honorable. I'm still a mister. Maybe I should add that one. Maybe it's Shoname that is honorable. So you have to make a distinction between Kunle Soleja and Honorable Kunle Shoname. It's a pleasure being with you.
I understand modesty. Kunle Soleja trying to be modest. Where there's a Kunle that's an honorable, and there's another who is an honorable. Both of them are in this business or sport. Now, to my very first question, I remember that in 1953, I read your article where you said a former NFA chairman, a white man, said Nigeria cannot run a professional league. First, because we don't have the financial muscle to sustain it. Two, we don't and cannot have the kind of infrastructure that we need. Was he right? Was he a prophet? Because as we speak today, bar one or two stadia across Nigeria, there is no one that meets the standard that we're talking about.
Well, thank you, Godwin. The white man you actually talked about is Darby Allen, or Reginald Bonham Allen, as his full name was. He was a Secretary General of the then Nigeria Football Association and later became the chairman of the Nigeria Football Association. In an article he wrote in the Sunday Times in 1953, he actually made a remark that what we have in Nigeria, what is suited for Nigeria was amateur football, as we lack the expertise, we lack the structure, we lack the facilities to run a professional football in the country. And he even reminded that he mentioned that 6 people drafted the statutes of the then NFA when it was founded in 1933. Please note 1933 and not 1945 as is widely believed. So said the 6 men who drafted the constitution or the statute of the NFA or NFA as it was called then avoided the inclusion of amateur into the name. It could have been Nigeria Amateur Football Association, but they avoided inserting the name amateur, unlike what we have in Lagos then, called Lagos District Amateur Football Association. So they avoided the use of amateur because at one point in time, maybe Nigeria may mature enough to run professional football, but it was very emphatic that in Nigeria was not right for professional football. And incidentally, most of the things he pointed to as at that time are still very, very present, even almost 70 years later.
Interesting. Well, what he said, and I repeat again, in that article was that Nigeria does not have the financial muscle to run a professional league, and of course, we don't have facilities to run a professional league. But I also remember that many years later, the prof himself, Eto Amechina, also said that if Nigeria don't embrace professional football in our domestic league, that we will not, as a country, play at the World Cup. It became a prophet that after professional football was introduced in Nigeria in 1990, in 1994, Nigeria qualified for the FIFA World Cup. What a coincidence, Kole Solaja.
Yes, maybe it was a prophetic statement because he wrote in an article on Sunday Times of September 2, 1969, that Nigeria could not make a World Cup standard without adopting professional football. And we missed every edition of World Cup qualification right from the first time we entered. We actually wanted to feature in that of 1962. We couldn't qualify. In 1966, every African country boycotted, including Nigeria. In 1970, we got to the last stage of the qualifying series. We crashed to Morocco. Then in 1974, at the opening round, we lost to Ghana. Then 78, we got to the final stage. We couldn't qualify. We lost to Tunisia. And then in subsequent one, 1982, 86, we just all the same story. And we almost got to the Italian 90. We still failed. And Italian 90 ended on July 8th. On July 8th, 1990. We started professional football on May 11, 1990. And then the next World Cup we qualified. I think I agree with you that it was a prophetic statement by Eto Amachina, Peter Amachina, the one we call Eto, and he was actually prophetic of him to have written that article at that time.
Let's get it started. Kole Solaja, talk us through the story of professional football in Nigeria.
Well, if we talk about professional football in Nigeria, I think like I wrote in my newspaper, online newspaper, professional football is 36 years old in Nigeria. But that is not to say that was when professional football actually started. There have been agitation in the 1980s, the 1950s, with arguments and counter-arguments. But the actual day that we could say the whole thing was actually crystallized was on April 27, 1984, when some prominent citizens, especially 2 Emmas from the north, made a major breakthrough by having what is called a professional football summit at the Royal Bed Hotel in Ikeja. I'm not too sure if that hotel is still existing. It was around Allen Avenue in Lagos. And we have them prominent people like Shibleko Salami, all of them there. And the significance of that meeting is that it held in April 1984. And we also record that a similar summit was held in England in the same month of April in 1888. And that was what transformed the English football from its predominantly amateur status. So the Royal Bride Hotel meeting in Ikeja by a group of people called the Professional Football Federation of Nigeria, PFFN, is like you recreating what happened 100 years earlier at the Royal Hotel Manchester. So what a coincidence. And that was the beginning of what we can call professional football in Nigeria.
Now, let me take you back to 1990 when the professional football was introduced in Nigeria. The first game was in Lagos, Nigeria. And of course, I read your article where you talked about the first person to score a goal in the professional league and, of course, how it all ended. Our listener will want to hear from the horse's mouth. That is straight from you, Honorable Kunle Solaja. KS, Baba.
Yeah, thank you very much, Godwin. Yeah, all I can say is that without any fanfare that heralded the first North American Soccer League in 1969 or the J League in 1993, the Nigerian Professional League started in May 12, 1990 in a match that pitched stationary stores as the host team and Iwanyao National, now known as Heartland of Owerri, as the away team. Well, it was a memorable match because that is the first professional football match in Nigeria, and Benedict Iroha scored the first goal in that match to head himself into the history book as the first scorer in the Nigerian Professional Football League. Take note that he was a rear guard player, playing from the left side of the defense. Yet, he got into the record books, and they said, the money shows the day. Iwanyao National winning their first match, an away match, they went all along and they won the league, the inaugural Professional Football League in Nigeria. That season, I think there were 16 clubs, including the Lagos ACB, BCC Lions, Bendel Insurance, Bendel United, JIB Rocks, Kano Pillars, Obanta United, which later changed to VIP. Then Obanta United of Ijebu, then they moved to Lagos and became VIP of Lagos, so on and so that. So, but all these ones are now washed away because we don't keep history in Nigeria. Very, very unfortunate.
This is take one. I tell you, there's still so much right here. Tomorrow, we'll bring you the concluding part of this conversation with Kunle Solaja. We call him the king of sport, all about the history of the Nigeria Professional Football League. My name is Godwin Enakna. Thank you for staying with us. It's Global Sports Update. Let's keep praying for Nigeria. Let's keep cruising. God bless Nigeria.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
herbal medicine wey dey produce strong correct medicine dem take dey support we country healthcare system. Country man, correct gbekelistic ogbonge herbal medicine dem wey no dey come out for public anyhow like a big masquerade. Full ground as every Christmas sabi boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine wey pass am. After all, monkey smart na because tree near tree inside forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition wey don become ogbarogba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices wey near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. On today's edition of the program, our topic of discussion is STD and STI. And I have with me in the studio, Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Sexually transmitted infections are challenges that get into the body system through sexual interaction. But the basic thing is that the causative organism is able to get into the body system and continue to divide, thereby having the privilege of affecting body cells to cause signs and symptoms. When sexually transmitted organisms get into the body system, they can be classified based on the causative organism. Some are caused by bacteria, some are caused by virus, some are caused by fungi and other parasites. But when they get into the body system, the manifestations that one is going to get do differ in some cases. For instance, in gonococcal infection, in a man, it may not take more than 3 days before the man will start experiencing burning sensation in the urinary tract or painful urination. And when it's getting to, let's say, 7 days, you can start noticing some discharge from the male organ. In women, it may not be like this because their genital is wider than that of men. So it can hide in their body system for quite a very long period of time. In some people, they can be seen as carriers. There are other organisms that can cause challenges that are different from just burning sensation or discharge from the genitals. When we talk about herpes simplex virus, people suffering from herpes simplex virus can experience blisters and ulcers in the private part that will be seen as wounds. Some can be very painful. Some can even have some discharge in form of blood, and you see that as regular wounds. In syphilis, at the beginning, there can just be pimple-like eruptions around the pubic region, which may disappear over a week or two. But that disappearance does not mean that the organism is totally cleared from the body system. It is during that period that it will be able to go into the body tissue to continue dividing, to encroach the body further. It can go to a latent stage, a stage in which the organism is inside the body as if it is sleeping or resting. But if anything happens that triggers it, definitely one will start experiencing serious challenges. When we have all this and we fail or refuse to take care of the body, definitely complications can set in. In women, when complications are already appearing, there can be serious menstrual pains. In some women, there can be discharge coming from the genitals that can even have offensive odor. In some, it is possible for them to experience serious lower abdominal pains. Most attempts,
These do follow their monthly menstrual bleed. In some women, if it is allowed to continue, you discover that the fallopian tube can be damaged, a situation where this area will be blocked totally. That will be seen as blockage of fallopian tube, which can really lead to infertility in women. It can be primary infertility or secondary infertility, as the case may be. In men, when infectious agents are able to stay and proliferate, that is divide, to encroach the body tissues very well, definitely the sanctuaries of the body can be reached. Part of the sanctuaries of the body is the testicles. When they get into the testicles, it can lead to orchitis, a situation where the bulbs, that is the testicles, will become very painful. It can be swollen. And at that stage, the lifespan of sperm cells coming from these testicles can reduce, or they reduce in number. When they reduce in number, that can lead to oligospermia. But if nothing is done, and this is allowed to continue for certain length of time in the body, it is possible for all the cells to become dead, a situation where we have azoospermia. In such situations, it will be impossible for such a man to impregnate his woman as a result of a sexually transmitted infection that has been poorly handled or that has been ignored. Part of the complications of sexually transmitted infections in men is a situation where a man is unable to stand like a man like he used to do before. And that's why we say, whenever we experience anything that is strange in our body system, it is very important for one to visit competent healthcare giver who will be able to give the right advice to get out of the challenge. In other words, if one is faced with challenges that have to do with sexually transmitted infections, having burning sensation, painful urination, discharge from the genitals, blisters, wounds, mind you, having all these challenges is not the end of the road. For more enlightenment and advice, the number you can call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quatliman, correct, holistic, ogbonge herbal medicine. They know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become umbarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is High Life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melody.
African style.
If you're not, say nay. The eyes have it. Dumb. Life. Because some people are struggling with electricity. Some other people are looking for ways to make electricity not be a problem anymore. Some other people are not bothered about how life is difficult without electricity. But this news is coming from Abia State, Umuahia, and coming from the governor of that state. So let's hear what he says. A month ago, he made a statement during he made a statement a month ago about the vision that he has for Abia State in general, and then Umuahia and Abia State in general. And it sounded like a good vision, seemed like a good one, and I'm wondering, isn't that something that other state governors should look into and try to emulate for the betterment and the better living condition of the people of the state? I mean, if we have something like that in River State, it won't be bad. We won't be hearing reports, during eyewitness report, that we don't have lights 6 months now. We don't have lights since emergency rule. We don't have lights since 1 year. We don't have lights since 2 months. 1 month ago, they don't bring the light unless it's 1 a.m. They don't bring the light until it's 10 p.m. There's a particular time they bring the light. If it doesn't come that time, we'll stay in darkness. You know, it may just be a little, not even a little, a lot of relief if we can have that. Because the national grid is always collapsing. It's almost like every 2-3 months, there'll be a collapse. Every 3 months, national grid has collapsed again. We'll hear news of the grid collapse, the grid collapse. So if you know, state governors can just do something about this electricity in their states, and just look for a way to make it better, such that even if the national grid collapse, states will still have electricity. If there's a way they can do it, you know, centered around that will not be so affected. I will not have blackouts every now and then. It will just make life easier and better. Let's listen to this one, and then we would talk about what Alex Oti said about electricity. Governor Alex Oti, what he said about electricity in Abia State. We'll just look at that and also have you join in the conversation at some point. So please stay locked in.
So my Honorable Commissioner for Power and Public Utilities is in Netherlands negotiating that, even though it's a private enterprise, but then we are interested to support them to grow because it is all for us. So if we have another 125 megawatts, we don't really straight to Umuahia and detach the entire state from the national grid. That's our vision.
Okay. You heard that, right? That Governor Alex Oti is working with a private enterprise so that they can have more megawatts in Umuahia, bring it down to Umuahia, and so that they can, at some point, disconnect or no longer be connected or dependent on the national grid. What do you think about that? That means that electricity may just not be a problem to a reasonable extent in Abia State, Umuahia. If they will not be dependent on the national grid anymore, fully dependent on it, and they'll have, private enterprise working together with them such that they can have more megawatts in the state capital, electricity may just become like the least of their problems in that state. And it's not something that if every other state can work towards stabilizing electricity, making power very available, then at least let's be talking about other things and let electricity be the least of our problems, don't you think? What do you think about that one? I mean, that's the vision that they have for the state, and it's a good one now, isn't it? Let's read this. Governor Alex Oti has said Abia State can no longer depend solely on the national grid because it's not reliable. The national grid is not reliable. Today it's standing, tomorrow it's falling. Today it's on its feet, tomorrow it collapses. It is not dependable. So the governor of Abia State says they can no longer depend solely, entirely on the national grid for electricity supply, which means they will look for alternative, or he's working towards alternative source of electricity supply for the state. And he doesn't mind even if it's a private enterprise. As long as it can meet them halfway, then they are ready to work with it. He stressed that his administration is pursuing alternative power sources to support its industrialization agenda. Imagine that we don't have to be complaining about there is no power, there's no light, there's no this, there's no that. I will be hearing, we're enjoying light though. The conversation changes, or the narrative changes from no light since 3 months to, we're enjoying light though. Like they want to use light to finish us. The light is so, you would not even bother to charge your phone because you know that this light is going to be on for more hours. We're going to have it and it will spread around every part of the state, not just the capital. It will not just be Umuahia alone. So every other part would still benefit. So it's not be like, if it happens, it will only be in the city or the urban area. Good one now, isn't it? Now, Oti stated this while receiving the managing director of the Niger Delta Power Holding Company, Jennifer Adi BJ, in Abia State on Wednesday. The governor said reliable electricity remains critical to the economic growth of major commercial centers such as Umuahia and Aba. Now, we know the importance of electricity. It's not like we don't know. It's not like the government don't know how important electricity is in the society, in the country, in the nation, in the state. It is critical to economic growth. No lights, no economic growth. No lights, businesses will not thrive. No lights, people cannot do their businesses. And businesses not working or not thriving, the economy suffers. So electricity is like a major part, a critical part in economic growth in the state. He also says that the state government is ready to partner with any organization capable of improving power supply. So they're not streamlining it to a certain organization. Any organization that is able, that has the ability, the capability to improve power supply, they will work with it. Even if it's a private enterprise, they will work with it. According to that interview or that speech you heard, he says that's the vision. To make sure the state no longer depends solely on the national grid. Because depending on national grid is like 50-50. That's why we're still having this epileptic power supply and no power supply even in some areas. According to Alex Oti, he says that what matters most to the state is the availability of stable electricity. That's his concern. That's just what he cares about. That's his vision. Stable electricity, available power supply, and stable one. So let the lights be stable and let it be available. That's what matters most to the state, he says, whether through the national grid or alternative energy sources. So while they're still trying to stabilize or make sure that light comes, the national grid doesn't collapse again. We don't hear cases that, it has fallen, they're trying to resuscitate it. He says that even if it's through an alternative energy source, he doesn't mind as long as the state can get available, stable power supply. That's all that matters. In his remarks, Digide disclosed that the 450 megawatt section of the Alaoji power plant has been restored after years of collapse. She said the facility is now expected to inject about 375 megawatts of electricity into the national grid. Okay. All right. So the national grid is set to be stable, right? Okay. But having an alternative to merge or having support system would not be a bad idea for the state, would it? The NDPHC boss assured the Abia State government of improved electricity supply and pledged the company's support for the state industrialization drive through enhanced power generation and distribution. But yeah, basically, what Abia State governor is saying is that Abia State is now free from national grid collapse. They will no longer be affected. Grid collapse, no collapse, they will have light. Because they are working on having stable, available power supply. That's the essence. So what do you think about that? What do you really think about that move by the state governor? And what do you think about it? What would that mean for Abia State? The people of Abia State? Automatically, that's improved economic growth and development. That's a better living condition for the people there. Maybe I should pack my things and go and stay there. Anyway, let's do a 5 minutes break and then come back from the High Life song. We'll have you join in the conversation. Let me know what you think about this one coming from Abia State and the state government. Please stay with me.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
I'm still on the high live break. So now opening the phone lines to have you join the conversation. 08109510951. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Rona. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
God bless you for this program.
All right, go on.
Rona, it is a very good one for the Abia State government.
Yeah.
Because it is said that where there is light, there is life.
That's true.
And where there is life, there is progress.
Of course.
And it is not only that there will be progress there are bound to be development. So, but the question about all these things is that going by how our government are being run, can it be
sustained? We'll have to see now. Yeah, I get it.
So, if it can be sustained, I think other states will learn from them. And before you know it, Nigeria will begin to develop.
All right. Thank you.
Rona, see, what life can do in a place is so enormous.
Of course, there's no telling to the extent how life can be easier and better when there's electricity.
Because people will begin to enjoy their life. Can't
don't you know when they bring the light, the kind of joy you just feel like, at least there's light.
Okay. Now people will begin to learn work at ease.
Businesses will be easier even.
Even manufacturing things will be very easy.
All right. Thank you.
All these things are tied to light.
Yes, true. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you.
All right. Thank you for sharing your opinion. 08109510951. Oh, the light is life. When there's everywhere is dark, the moment they bring the light, even if you don't want to do anything in that moment, you just feel this, at least there's life. There's light, rather. And there's this comfort or relief that, there's light. Hello, good evening.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes,
good
please.
Evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Komode Menele Baton.
All right.
Calling from Yenegua.
All right, go on.
Yes, so are you surprised? Are you surprised?
Surprised at what?
Why will you be surprised that when I'm catching the Today FM?
No, I'm not surprised though. Go on.
No, to be exact with you, I'm calling from Yenegua.
You're calling from Yenegua?
Yeah, Yenegua, yeah.
All right, so what's your opinion on this matter now?
You know, say God say let there be light.
Yeah.
And there was light.
Mm-hmm.
So, not be only though he's trying, Alex is trying. But I don't need to celebrate any governor that announcing light. I will give you light. That is why you were elected.
Yeah.
You understand me?
Yeah.
You took up of office to protect human beings and property and to give them what is necessary that is matter.
Yeah, the dividends of democracy and good governance.
Democracy, my sister.
Yeah.
So I am not ready to praise any governor as it stands today.
Okay.
Because you come there to help the people. The money does not belong to your family. Rather belongs to you.
All right.
I don't know why I should celebrate any governor that is giving us life. If you don't want to do it, less for you. When you are turning of finish, we will talk, say you will not do anything.
Okay.
So Alex is trying. Just like a team and Joku of a local government that connected like Abia State.
Yeah.
I use it to study other local government channels in River State to be precise. My local government Gukana.
Okay. Thank you.
Is not doing anything. What
all right.
Thank
you. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your opinion on that one. Yeah. Of course, electricity or steady or stable power supply is one of the benefits of good governance. And it's not something that it should not be a miracle. Oh, we have stable electricity. That's a miracle. Jesus. Oh, thank you. God did. It's not a spiritual thing. Electricity it's only here in Nigeria that we pray for basic things as if it's spiritual. It's mostly here in Nigeria that we pray for the basic things that we should have as though it's a prayer point. And when you travel abroad or travel to other countries, you realize that some of the things that we pray for, hoping for a miracle to happen, are things that we should enjoy on a regular or as the normal, like it should be normalized. It's not a spiritual intervention. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, my sister. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Don't be nice. I'm calling from Port Harcourt right now.
All right, go on.
Okay. I'm from Abia State, eh?
Yeah.
Look, let's just trying. Why are we that word try? Let's say try.
Okay.
Because they are still lacking something.
Yeah.
There's one thing that me personally, I want to sleep, my eyes closed.
Yeah.
Not with one eye. Because there's the insecurity. Anywhere you see people wearing cattle with AK-47, you cannot sleep well, my sister. Very important. So I want to advise the SOG and the Commissioner of Police and the Brigadier Commander commanding Goodluck Jonathan Barrack or Happier, even more Happier. They have a military barrack. There's a very big military barrack.
Okay.
They should stop bringing cattle to Happier. To make people not go to farm. Very important. And let's just peace. If I don't know whether we post it on pages of newspaper for him to know that it's not doing well in the security side.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
very,
you.
Very important.
All right, thank you. Thank you for sharing your opinion. 08109510951. That's the number to call. We're talking about the statement made by Abia State Governor Alex Oti that they were willing to work with any other alternative source of energy as long as it can deliver and has the ability or capability to provide stable electricity, stable power supply for the state, that they're ready to work with it, even if it's a private enterprise. And the vision is to make sure that the state is no longer dependent on the national grid. So, what do you think about that? Hello, good evening.
Yeah.
Welcome.
I'm coming. Good evening. Hello?
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, Roland.
Roland.
Yeah.
You're the one always calling me Roland.
I will give you one name.
My name is Rona. You say Roland.
I will give you one name.
Go on, please.
Good evening.
Yeah.
There's a wrong impression I want to correct the last caller. The local government called, the barracks called in my area, Gogo. So that was wrong. Yes, they let's not paint that side black. There's no insecurity there at all.
Well, maybe he says that because of maybe some experiences.
No. That is fallacy. I start from there. So what he says is
so there's
not
nothing like insecurity going on there.
Yeah, I think that they play my voice note because of to correct that wrong impression. That's
all
why
right.
I play my voice note. Okay?
Oh, okay. 08109510951. What's your opinion on this matter? Call in. You can send a WhatsApp message or a regular text message. You can read that before we wrap up. Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Very well.
That place, this guy that's me, I'm from Asago Habia. Tell him that Okahapia people is complaining.
That
I'm from Asago Habia. Let him know that I'm from Asago.
That what? That what? Oh, there's insecurity in that area.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now, see, let's not shift the conversation from the electricity and power supply we're talking about to cattle rearing and insecurity. That was just a side note that caller mentioned. So we're not facing a particular caller. A caller or the caller is not the topic for tonight. We're talking about the electricity, stable power supply in Abia State, that the governor has a vision of making sure that the state is not solely dependent on the national grid. That's what we're talking about. So before you now make it a caller's comment as the focus or that's the subject matter of the conversation, we're not talking about insecurity in Abia State or Umwaya or a local government. That was a side note by that caller. So let's focus on the conversation. All right, thank you. 08109510951. That's the number to call to talk about the matter and give your opinion, what you think about it. Do you want to send a text message? Do you want to send a voice note or WhatsApp message? You can do that to 0701 933 9962. This message, this is what asking me if Chelsea. This is the football. I don't even know what to say to that one now. Let's get back to this one. All right, Haruna, please play for me. Bright Chimeze titled "You Can Hurry the Song Rats the Lucky." This is not a song request show either. All right, so I'm not sure I can grant that your request. Thank you. Let's take this call. Hello, good evening.
don't know.
Yes, please.
Is that light in room making?
If there's light in room making, I'm in the studio, so I would not really know what's going on outside. But are you there? Are you in room making?
I'm calling from Yenegua.
Oh, okay.
Yes. You were supposed to use light, so you are not using light. So you don't have steady light in Port Harcourt.
Well, electricity is not so stable. There are places where it's stable. There are places where it's not even coming on at all. So it's still.
Something of light where God just promised to let that be light. Are we supposed to beg any leader to give us light?
These are the issues now. Are these not the issues?
We have the money. See, River State people should open their eyes.
All right, thank you. You know you called before. I didn't even know you were calling back again. Well, yeah, let's take more calls. Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, this is my mom.
All right, go on.
See, on this show of life,
Yeah.
Come to Mba, we're experiencing life from 6 to 6, from Sunday to Sunday. Our chairman, in Chairman Boniface Njoho, we're experiencing steady light, national grid. That is from Sunday to Sunday, light. As I speak with you now, we have light. From Sunday to Sunday, from week to week, steady light. We have light on every day by day. Quite everybody can confirm. I remember my man.
All right.
So that's why I really applaud my chairman.
Okay.
Honorable Chairman Joe. I applaud him.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, there are places that there is electricity, right? But there are also places that there is no electricity at all. So until it becomes a general stability, that's when we'll know that, okay, Rivers State now experiences stable electricity or power supply. Say this local government or this community has light for 18 hours a day or 15 hours a day, and another community has light for only 2 hours a day or 1 hour a day, we would not really say that there is stable electricity in the whole of River State. Until it becomes a general experience or general thing, stability, that's when we'll know that, yeah, stable. 08109510951. What is your opinion? What do you think about the matter, though? Light is life. It just makes life easier. It just makes business easy. It just makes development better, improvement. And the overall well-being of the people just gets improved. Call me to tell me your opinion on the matter. 08109510951. That's the number to call. Don't play this voice note. If you can send a text message, though.
Yeah, good evening, Roland. How are you? Kembillion. Roland, for the next 2 weeks, I will miss you. I hope you will play my voice note because I will be traveling for medical checkup in Geneva, Switzerland. I will spend 2 weeks there. When I send voice note, try play it too. Back to my state. For me, I think you see the reason why we are celebrating Abia State, the independence of the governor. No Superman, no emperor there. He's doing well, perfectly. See the light everywhere. I don't know the reason our state that have all year we cannot have light here. So that is the reason we are agitating that the River State should be free from a bondage of Lagos State, godfatherism, so that this governor will deliver. There's no light. River State is dark everywhere, but it's street light. So to me, it's a welcome development. It's only a winch who will not accept that. You know, when you praise man that is doing well, no matter where you are coming from, favor will reach you. So congratulations to Abians. Their vote count. So I hope, as a court have said, that those who have chance to.
All right. I've played your voice to the top. I'm free now. 08109510951. That's the number to call to share your opinion or give your opinion about this electricity matter and palava. Regarding steady electricity, is a noble one. State who feels after Lagos is them should strive for things like that than politics every time. OT, may God bless your effort, Honorable Malon. All right, let's take this message. This call, rather. Don't know what's going on. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Chineye from Port Harcourt.
All right, go on.
Yes, well, I'm thanking the governor of Abia State. He's doing well. Yes, we know that is let me say, is our own thing that they are supposed to give us this. The lights, many things, but the governments have already made it as if is something that we in Nigeria will be begging for all these things. And so as we are seeing him doing those things now, we're supposed to say thank you to him. And truly, light is life. Because I could remember anytime that there is darkness, there is this kind of bitter mind. But once you see light, it will cure some things in you. So he's doing well, and I pray that God will help him. He will do more of things. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Hello, good evening. Hello. 08109510951.
I don't want to be I don't want to be
Mr. Is my name, please.
All right, go on.
Yeah, my sister, we are talking about that. I'm calling from the group. Do we have light?
Okay.
There's no light in the group.
Okay.
And that is these are people who will come out to say, I am going to give you light, I'm going to give you water, I'm going to give you food. And these are the things that even the poor man, not even the politicians that are coming. I kudos to the local government chairman. I don't know him, but what I'm hearing from his name, at least when you do good, your name is coming out. When you do bad, your name is coming out. The IBS governor, we are here now. He didn't use magic to do that thing, but because of his to serve his people, they are bringing to serve his people, and that's why his name now is raising all over, bringing light to people who are to just sell pure water. They are doing their work. For River State now, how many people have been sacked from work when they are not light, no fuel to buy? So you can see, that's the why part I am happy that any person from River State in first election, for you to be a senator, you cannot do the right thing. Go home and rest. Thank you very much, please.
All right, thank you. All right, this is where we'll wrap up the show. Thank you all who joined and communicated your opinion and thoughts right back to us. Appreciate it. Okay, my name is Rona Agbara, the World News right after. Good evening.
FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
A very good evening to you. This is the World News in your premium talk radio. Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Time Rona Agbara. First the headlines. SSANIP calls for implementation of directive of delineation of duties within polytechnic system. ADC debunks adoption of governorship candidates in the River State. On the foreign scene, BP faces lawsuit over alleged toxic waste linked to livestock deaths and cancer in Kenya. Details shortly. The South-South Zone of the Senior Staff Association of Nigeria Polytechnics, SSANIP, has called for the immediate implementation of the directives and mandates of the National Board for Technical Education on the proper delineation of duties within the polytechnic system. The resolution was part of a communique issued at the end of the 49th regular Zonal Executive Council meeting of SSANIP Zone E held at Federal Polytechnic, Ukana. In the communique signed by the Zonal Coordinator, Godwin Ikide, the Zonal Secretary, Eni Usang, and the union condemned what it described as a continuous usurpation of positions meant for non-teaching staff by teaching personnel, stressing that the full implementation of the NBTE directives would address the growing concern. The council also expressed dissatisfaction over the delay in implementing the 2019 scheme of service and urged the federal government to expedite action, describing the delay as counterproductive to the sector. The union further encouraged branches to strengthen welfare schemes for members while commending the national leadership of SSANIP for its efforts in negotiations and engagements aimed at improving workers' welfare. Speaking during the meeting, Deputy National Secretary of SSANIP, Emmanuel Eyingo, disclosed that discussions with federal government on remuneration schemes of service, allowances, staff development and working conditions were ongoing, expressing optimism that both parties would soon reach agreements beneficial to workers and the government. Meanwhile, the New Nigerian People's Party (NNPP) has accused the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) of frustrating its preparations for the 2027 general elections, alleging delays in the screening of aspirants and the conduct of party primaries. The Boniface Anyebunam-led NNPP faction also warned that it may mobilize supporters for a protest in Abuja if the situation is not resolved, claiming that the Commission's action could undermine the party's participation in the elections. In a statement by the party's National Secretary, Ogini Olaposi, the NNPP alleged that INEC has failed to comply with court orders directing it to recognize the party's leadership and update its records accordingly. The party further accused the Commission of ignoring judgments requiring it to remove a rival faction and restore the party's original logo and structure. It insisted that INEC must remain neutral and comply with judicial directives, warning that continued delays amounted to a denial of its constitutional rights ahead of the 2027 polls. Former minority leader of the House of Representatives, Kingsley Ogundu Chinda, has been declared the winner of the All Progressives Congress governorship primary election in River State. The returning officer for the River State governorship primary election, Kwamoti Beatrice, who announced the result after collation by various ward returning officers across the state, announced that Kingsley Ogundu Chinda won with a total vote of 268,499 votes cast. Beatrice commended the peaceful conduct of the party members as well as the state chairman for providing a conducive environment for the conduct of the exercise. He expressed satisfaction what he described as rancor-free primary election and expressed optimism that the APC will win all the seats in the River State.
Of votes cast amounts to 268,497. I, Beatrice Kwamoti, hereby certify that the information contained in this form represent a true, correct, and accurate record of the summary of results from the local governments in this state. We have to appreciate your candor, your commitment, most especially the state party chairman that provide a conducive environment for us to conduct this exercise.
Addressing newsmen shortly after the declaration of the winner, the State Publicity Secretary of the APC, Chibuike Ikenga, said the election is a confirmation of their earlier stand that is how a party should conduct themselves, and we commend you for that. And in that respect, we have come to the end of the exercise. APC was put in leadership that will reposition the party to win election. He also described the action of Governor Siminalayi Fubara as a welcome development.
That is what you have seen. What you have seen, the emergence of Kingsley Ogunbichinda, is the fact that APC has been reorganized to face the greater challenges of development in Rivers State. And we are very excited, we're elated to see that we have a candidate, a qualitative candidate that will support the delivery of goods and services in Rivers State. So the governor is a member of our party. I think that the decision he took is in the larger interest of the state for us to form a more cohesive party and the leadership to drive development in our state. So it's a welcome development.
Also speaking, the candidate of Rivers West Senatorial District, Felix Obwa, both said that with Kingsley Chinda as their governorship candidate, no political party can win APC in Rivers State at 2027 general election.
Honorable Chinda has emerged as our governorship candidate for the forthcoming election. I am indeed very happy that today has come. We don't have anything to do with Upland or River. In River State, we have one family, and we are going for the best candidate that can turn things around in River State. As a matter of fact, you can see even those of them who have indicated interest to contest this election, having seen the candidacy of Chinda, nobody told them to give way for the better candidate.
Meanwhile, the national chairman of the Labour Party, Nenadi Usman, has said that the party will not imitate the style adopted by the All Progressives Congress APC in conducting its primary elections ahead of the 2027 general elections. Speaking with newsmen during the screening of aspirants for various elective positions, Usman dismissed claims by the APC National Secretary Ajibola Bashiru that the ruling party had conducted one of the best primaries in the country. According to her, the Labour Party would remain guided by its own principles and internal processes. Bashiru had earlier stated during a television program that no political party could match the APC in terms of organization and transparency in the conduct of primary elections, despite controversies surrounding the process, including allegations of candidate imposition, violence, lack of transparency, and exclusion of stakeholders. Usman also disclosed that about 3 presidential aspirants had successfully passed through the party's screening process ahead of its primaries. You're listening to World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us. Now the rest of our stories. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Rivers State, has announced the scheduled date and time for the conduct of the by-election to fill the vacant seat in the Rivers Southeast Senatorial District. In a statement issued by Resident Electoral Commissioner Johnson Alalibo Sinikiem, the commission said the by-election would hold on Saturday, June 20, 2026, between 8 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. The statement further disclosed that the election will take place across 88 registration areas, ROAs, wards, and 1,629 polling units spread across the 7 local government areas that make up the senatorial district. The affected local government areas include Andoni, Opobo, Nkora, Eleme, Tai, Oyigbo, Kana, and Gokana. INEC assured members of the public of its commitment to delivering a free, fair, and credible by-election. The African Democratic Congress ADC Rivers State chapter has dismissed reports suggesting that it had adopted or endorsed any aspirant as its sole governorship candidate for the 2027 general elections. In a statement signed by the State Publicity Secretary, Chizi Enyi, the party said the claims circulating in the media and on social platforms were false, misleading, and did not reflect its official position. The party clarified it currently has 7 governorship aspirants. who has shown interest in contesting its ticket, stressing that it remains committed to a transparent, fair and credible and inclusive primary process in line with its constitution and democratic principles. It urged members of the public and stakeholders to disregard any publications suggesting that it has conducted and concluded its internal selection process, adding that only official communications from the party should be considered authentic. The leadership of the South-South Youth Initiative has expressed disappointment and strongly condemned the reported withdrawal of Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara from contesting for a second term in office, despite what it described as widespread organic support from the people of Rivers State. The national president of the group, Miabi Xavier Oscar, in an interview with newsmen, described the governor's reported decision as a betrayal of trust and an abandonment of the people's mandate, alleging that it amounts to selling the supporters' future to a strange force. Oscar Xavier maintains that leadership is a responsibility rather than a personal comfort, insisting that any refusal to recontest would be unacceptable to many Rivers people across the 23 local government areas who, according to him, stood by the governor at critical stages of his political journey. He warned that abandoning the mandate of the people at this stage would expose them to forces that do not share their interests, adding that Rivers people cannot afford leadership that rewards those who worked against the will of the people.
The South-South Youth Initiative expressed deep disappointment and strong condemnation over the position of the governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, for refusing to recontest for a second term as governor of Rivers State, despite the overwhelming organic and voluntary support of the people. Yes. Leadership is not about personal comfort. It is about responsibility to the people who stood with you when it matters most. While this position is unacceptable, from the streets of Port Harcourt to the creeks of Ogoni, Kalabari, Ijo, and Ikure land, Rivers people mobilized, defended, and stood firm for this administration without being hired or coaxed. To turn away now is to abandon the very people, and to leaders who retreat when the people need them most. The South-South Youth Initiative, alongside other youth and civil society groups across the region, will not stand while the people's will is sacrificed on the altar of political calculation. We will mobilize, engage, and ensure that the voice of Rivers people is heard loud and clear.
The Rivers State Commissioner for Education, Associate Professor Peter Suwango, says the state government under the leadership of Governor Siminalayi Fubara is committed to creating a conducive and friendly environment that will stimulate economic growth and development. Suwango stated this while declaring open the second International Scientific Conference themed Built Environment, Climate Imperatives and Industry 4.0 in Developing Economies, held at the Rivers State University. He noted that digital transformation remains one of the vital components needed for effective urban planning and challenge academia, as well as professional bodies, to move beyond technical knowledge acquisition to practical realities.
Our universities must not only produce graduates who are must only not produce graduates who are technically competent, but who also are environmentally conscious, digitally influent, and responsive to the social contract that professional practice demand. The curriculum of our built environment disciplines, architecture, urban planning, civil engineering, quality, quantity surveying, estate management, and related fields must evolve to reflect the realities of academic and digital technology.
In his remarks, the Vice Chancellor of Rivers State University, Professor Isaac Zeb Opibi, represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics, Professor Richard Amadi, observed that the university is strategically positioned to provide the much-needed manpower that will ultimately drive meaningful results. Earlier, the Dean, Faculty of Environmental Sciences, Professor Paulinus Walker Ihua, observed that the environment no longer appears as friendly as it used to be, stressing that the way forward is to embrace technology and embrace experts, bring them together to brainstorm on sustainable solutions.
We need technologies. Smart technology, which is the modern technology that are being used today, such as artificial intelligence, and all of them, in order to see. For example, in the built environment we are looking at in the building, every appliances, every system there should be energy efficient. And that's the main issues in this thing, for us to know that the environment is changing and we need to adapt to the changes using the recent technologies that are available today.
Than 6 months of total blackout in the area. Dr. Nwankwo, who spoke to Today FM's Priya Izogu, said the prolonged power outage has exposed electricity facilities in the community to vandalism by hoodlums. According to him, some PhD equipment, including transformers, have been vandalized due to the absence of electricity supply in the community. He stated that several complaints and appeals have been made to the electricity distribution company, but no action has been taken to restore power to the area. Dr. Nwakwa warns that residents of the Greater community are prepared to stage a protest to the office of the PHED if urgent steps are not taken to address the situation.
The people of Igruta have been in darkness since over 6 months. The reason why the PHED cut us off is still unknown to date, and the thing have led to many vandalization in the communities because of no light. All these hoodlum boys are going around there vandalizing NEPA equipment. On 1st of June, we are having a protest at SAS Road. The reason why they've cut off our supply to date has not been known to us. They've not come to the Royal Highness and they inform him that this is the reason why Igruta does not have light for over 6 months now.
He also called on Rivers State government and the local government authorities to intervene and ensure electricity is restored to the community.
So we are calling on the Rivers State government to come to our aid to see how they can give us supply in the Igruta, at Igruta.
Efforts to reach the management of PHED for comments on the allegations of security across its territorial waters and the Gulf of Guinea, adding that more than 400 personnel and officers received specialized training in strategic institutions around the world, exposing them to global best practices and international operational standards. The NIMASA boss, who recalled that the Gulf of Guinea was once regarded as one of the most dangerous maritime regions globally because of piracy and sea robbery, however, said the implementation of the Deep Blue project and the collaboration of relevant stakeholders had transformed the narrative, resulting in zero piracy incidents in Nigerian waters since 2022. Moberiola commended the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adigboyega Oyetola, the Chief of Defense Staff, Christopher Musa, as well as the Nigerian Navy, Nigerian Air Force, Nigerian Army, the Nigerian Police Force, the Department of State Services, and other security agencies for their continued support in strengthening national security and interagency cooperation within the maritime sector.
As many of you may recall, the Gulf of Guinea was once regarded as one of the most challenging military maritime regions in the world due to incidents of piracy and sea robbery. Today, through the Deep Blue project and the collective efforts of all stakeholders, we are proud to say that Nigeria has transformed the narrative, which has resulted in zero piracy incidents since 2022. This has restored trust among global shipping operators.
He congratulated the graduating personnel for successfully completing the rigorous training program and reminded them that the knowledge acquired comes with enormous responsibility, saying that the officers are expected to uphold professionalism, discipline, integrity, and patriotism in the discharge of their duties, and assure them of NIMASA's continued investment in maritime security, technology, and human capacity development.
Graduating personnel, I congratulate you for successfully completing this important phase of your professional journey. This training you have received comes with enormous responsibility as you are expected to uphold high standards of professionalism, discipline, integrity in the discharge of your duties.
In his remarks, the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adigboyega Oyetola, said the Integrated National Security and Waterways Protection Infrastructure, popularly known as the Deep Blue Project, was established to combat piracy, sea robbery, illegal fishing, oil theft, and other maritime crimes within Nigeria's territorial waters and across the Gulf of Guinea.
This occasion is a celebration of discipline, professionalism, operational readiness, and the reaffirmation we are committed to securing Nigeria's maritime domain. Today's event offers an opportunity to reflect on the remarkable journey and achievement of the Deep Blue project since inception. Prior to the establishment of the project, the Gulf of Guinea has become one of the most dangerous maritime corridors in the world, accounting for nearly 45% of reported global piracy incidents.
Today, FM's Uchendu Jowa reports that a total of 492 personnel graduated from the program, including 232 maritime security unit operatives, 19 armored vehicle drivers, 13 armored vehicle mechanics, 8 special mission helicopter pilots, 8 special mission helicopter technicians, 5 special mission aircraft pilots, 6 special mission aircraft technicians, 49 special mission vessel crew members, 62 interceptor boat drivers, 52 command, control communication, computer and intelligence C41 operators, among others. On the foreign scene, British energy giant BP is facing a lawsuit in Kenya over allegations that improper toxic waste disposal in 2 remote villages in Marsabit County led to the widespread livestock deaths and serious health problems, including cancer, among residents. Hundreds of petitioners from Kargi and Kalacha villages accused the company of contaminating groundwater with hazardous waste, claiming the pollution affected the region for decades. The case, filed through Kenya's Foreign Affairs Ministry after a procedural dispute, argues that BP is liable due to its acquisition of the U.S. oil firm Amoco, which allegedly carried out oil exploration activities in the area between 1984 and 1990. According to the petitioner's lawyer, Kelvin Kubai, the suit is based on the principle that BP inherited both assets and liabilities when it acquired Amoco in 1998. Court documents reportedly show that about 200 affected residents have died, many from cancer, while thousands of livestock deaths have also been recorded, with residents describing the situation as environmental genocide. While BP is yet to publicly respond to the allegations, the court is expected to confirm service of the petition at a hearing scheduled for June 16. To end the news, here's a summary of the 83892850. Or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. On Facebook at Today95.1fm. On Instagram at TodayFM951. On X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Agbara. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hit the road, fill your drive. Ignite the vibe, stay locked. Today 95.1 FM, radio on the go.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Very good evening to you. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. It's time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the wall today. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. Malawi faces growing fuel crisis as shortages disrupt daily life. Thousands displaced as gang violence escalates in Haiti. Kenya court ends criminal prosecution for consensual teen relationships. DR Congo moves World Cup camp over Ebola outbreak. Details shortly. Malawi is facing worsening fuel shortages as rising global oil prices linked to instability in the Middle East continue to disrupt transport and business activities across the country. Long queues of trucks and private vehicles have formed outside filling stations in the capital, Lilongwe, with some drivers waiting for days to access diesel. Transport operators warn that shortages are slowing the movement of goods and threatening supply chains nationwide. The Transport Association of Malawi says disruptions in global shipping routes and rising fuel costs are behind the crisis. Farmers are also feeling the impact, with concerns mounting over access of fertilizer and the transportation of crops during the critical farming season. The Malawian government says it plans to sell about $30 million in gold reserves to preserve and ease pressure on fuel supplies. A fresh wave of gang violence in Haiti has displaced thousands of people and left dozens dead in parts of the country. The World Food Programme says renewed clashes in the Western Artibonite regions have forced families to flee their homes as armed gangs continue to attack on communities. Shops were looted and houses set ablaze in parts of Port-au-Prince, while hundreds of displaced people. Residents are now taking shelter in churches and temporary camps. Aid agencies says many families arrived with little or no belongings and urgently need food and humanitarian support. Haiti has struggled with worsening gang violence since the assassination of President Jovenel Moise in 2021. Kenya's High Court has ruled that teenagers involved in consensual underage sexual relationships should no longer face automatic criminal prosecution. The landmark judgment followed the case filed on behalf of 3 Kenyan teenagers, including a 17-year-old boy charged with defilement after police found him living with his 16-year-old partner. The court ruled that authorities must distinguish between abusive relationships and consensual relationships involving adolescents. Judges also directed the government to improve access to productive reproductive health and Chile next month. Officials says the cancellation was also influenced by United States travel restrictions affecting travelers from DR Congo, Uganda, and South Sudan. Violence has broken out in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo after tensions linked to handling of Ebola victims. Report says protesters in Ituri province set a hospital on fire after authorities refused to release the bodies of relatives who died from the disease for burial. The unrest comes as health officials confirmed the first Ebola case in South Kivu province, an area controlled by the M23 rebel group. The World Health Organization says efforts to contain the outbreak are being complicated by ongoing armed conflict in the region. Nearly 600 suspected cases have been identified, while more than 130 deaths have been recorded so far. Sierra Leone has received its first group of deportees from the United States under a new migration agreement with Washington. 9 migrants from Nigeria, Ghana, Guinea, and Senegal arrived in Freetown on Wednesday under police escort. Officials say the deportees will remain temporarily in Sierra Leone before being returned to their home countries. The United States is reportedly providing financial support for the program, which allows Sierra Leone to receive up to 300 deportees annually from ECOWAS member states. Human rights organizations have criticized such deportation arrangements, arguing that they may violate international human rights standards. Away from Africa to the rest of the world, Israel is facing growing international criticism after its national security minister released footage showing detained activists from a Gaza-bound flotilla kneeling with their hands tied. The video posted online by far-right Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir sparked condemnation from the several countries and international officials. Israeli forces intercepted the flotilla earlier this week as activists attempted to challenge Israel's blockade of Gaza. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu distanced himself from the footage, saying the treatment of the activists did not reflect Israel's values. Countries including Canada, France, Ireland, and Australia have condemned the incident and called for the activists' release. Russian President Vladimir Putin and Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko have taken part in a joint nuclear forces exercise conducted by video conference. Russian state media says it's the first time both leaders have directly participated in such military drills. Putin described nuclear weapons as an extreme measure for national security, but said Russia and Belarus must maintain strong military temperatures will continue to rise. In parts of Uttar Pradesh, roads and markets have closed during afternoon hours due to extreme heat conditions. Officials in several districts have also suspended classes and announced early school holidays. India's weather agency warns the high temperature are expected to persist in the coming days, with climate experts linking the growing frequency of heat waves to global warming. Taiwan's President William Lai Ching-te says he would continue welcome talks to United States President Donald Trump following comments suggesting direct communication between both leaders. If the talks happen, it will mark the first direct contact between leaders of the two governments since Washington switched diplomatic recognition from Taipei to Beijing in 1979. China has reacted strongly, saying it opposes official exchanges between the United States and Taiwan. The development comes as the White House reportedly considers a $14 billion arms deal with Taiwan. Beijing regards Taiwan as part of its territory, while Taiwan insists China is threatening peace and stability in the region. Afghanistan's displaced female cricketers are set to tour England next month in what organizers describe as a landmark moment for women's sport. The Afghanistan refugee team is made up of players who fled the country after the Taliban returned to power and restricted women's participation in sport. The tour will include 20 marches and training sessions ahead of the Women's T20 World Cup final in July. The England and Wales Cricket Board says the initiative highlights the importance of inclusion in protecting women's participation in sport. Many of the players are now based in Australia after leaving Afghanistan following the Taliban takeover. That story from Afghanistan concludes tonight's edition of The World Today, as produced by Olawale Sanusi of the News Department. But before we go, here's a summary of the stories that made the headlines. Malawi has faced growing fuel crisis as shortages disrupt daily life. We told you that thousands have been displaced as gang violence escalates in Haiti. You heard that Kenya court has ended criminal prosecution for consensual teen relationships. The Democratic Republic of Congo has cancelled its national football team's pre-World Cup training camp in Kinshasa following Ebola outbreak in the country's east. Till same time tomorrow, do have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hit the road, fill your drive. Ignite the vibe, stay locked. Today 95.1 FM, radio on the go.
BBC World Service. I'm Nkechi Obonna in Nairobi with Focus on Africa. In northern Mali, separatist group Azawad Liberation Front has resurfaced with renewed attacks against the military. Who are they and what's their motives?
This group came last year and formed an allegiance with a group that is claiming to fight for Islam called Nasratul Islam wal Muslimin, which is an Al-Qaeda affiliate.
And Ghana's lawmakers mull over law introducing a compulsory DNA test to combat widespread paternity fraud in the country.
We feel that this bill is actually going to as well help the women so that any man who impregnates a woman would automatically take responsibility and perform their duties as the people who impregnated a woman.
That's all on the BBC Tonight in Focus. First, the news.
I'm Debbie Russ with the BBC News. The first case of Ebola has been confirmed in rebel-held territory in eastern Congo's South Kivu province. M23 rebels say tests showed a positive case. Emery Makumeno is in Kinshasa.
The M23 rebels have issued a statement saying that a 28-year-old, without mentioning the gender, died in the village of Miti Moresa, which is only about 20 kilometers north of the main city of Bukavu in South Kivu. They say they buried him using safe burial protocols, and they did not have enough time to confirm whether the person died of Ebola, but he had symptoms related to Ebola.
U.S. border authorities have ordered an Air France flight to the United States to divert to Canada because a person from Congo was allowed to board in error. The agency said it took decisive action to stop the flight reaching Detroit. The U.S. is restricting entry for those without U.S. passports who were in the region. More than 20 countries have condemned Israel after its national security minister posted a video showing detained Gaza flotilla activists being roughly treated and put in stress positions while he taunts them. Many have demanded answers from Israeli ambassadors. Italy is urging the EU to sanction Itamar Ben-Gvir, saying he violated basic human rights. Yolan Nell reports from Jerusalem.
Israel's Prime Minister and other members of his cabinet have criticised the minister's conduct. He's shown taunting detainees while they kneel with their heads touching the floor and their hands tied behind their backs. A lawyer for the Israeli NGO Adallah, which gave legal support to the activists, told the BBC they'd endured more severe treatment than others who joined recent flotillas. Israel denies any breaches of international law. 1 week after they set sail from Turkey, most of the activists are being sent back there by plane.
Air France and the manufacturer Airbus have been convicted of corporate manslaughter for the crash 17 years ago of an airliner flying from Rio de Janeiro to Paris that killed 228 people. Hugh Schofield reports.
This is a big reversal for the two companies, and though the fine they've been given is mainly symbolic, the conviction is a severe blow to their reputations. Flight AF 447 went down in stormy weather in the mid-Atlantic, killing all on board. Analysis of flight recorders showed that speed sensors, so-called pitot tubes, on the outside of the plane had frozen up, giving the crew confusing data and prompting a series of disastrous decisions. At the first trial, the court decided that human error by the pilots was primarily at fault, but that has now been overruled, with Air France being blamed for not giving proper training to pilots and Airbus blamed for underestimating the vulnerability of the pitot tubes.
BBC News. Africa, heavily reliant on fuel imports from the Middle East, is increasingly feeling a financial pinch from the Gulf crisis. Several Nigerian airlines have doubled fares to take account of rising global jet fuel prices. While rising operating costs have long plagued the airline sector there, the recent surge in jet fuel costs is now affecting its overall viability. The leaders of Russia and Belarus have observed joint nuclear drills spanning land, sea and air. Russia says the three-day exercise mobilized 64,000 troops and more than 200 missile launchers. The Belarusian president, Alexander Lukashenko, described the nuclear-capable missiles as a machine he'd dreamt about for a long time. President Putin affirmed that nuclear weapons remained a last resort. Scientists in the United States say they found the first strong evidence that beluga whales can recognize themselves in mirrors, marking a major breakthrough in understanding animal intelligence. Gideon reports.
The findings are based on footage and observations collected more than 20 years ago, which researchers have now analysed and published for the first time. The study followed 4 female beluga whale club. Aston Villa has been holding its own celebrations to mark its victory in the Europa League. The village of Zouaben, which has more than 1,000 Villa fans, held a parade while chanting the Birmingham team's song. And that's the latest. BBC News.
Hello there and welcome to Focus on Africa. I am Nkechi Obonna in Nairobi. In Mali, separatist group Azawad Liberation Front have renewed attacks in the northern part of the country with the aim of creating an independent Tuareg state.
The Tuareg rebels under the Azawad Liberation Front do not have international backers as we know. What they do have is local legitimacy and territorial roots, and they claim to be fighting for the Arabs that are in northern Mali in order for them to have their autonomous state.
And in Ghana, some lawmakers are considering a bill to introduce compulsory DNA testing to combat the increase in paternity fraud cases.
You know, some kids, they go to school and their colleagues will tell them, look, this is not your father. You don't even look alike and all of that. And these children as well go through emotional trauma. So we feel it is time for us as a nation to come together so that we can be able to determine the father of a child.
It's Thursday, May 21st. Over the past few weeks, Mali has seen a series of violent attacks from a militant group, Azawad Liberation Front, also known as FLA. Azawad is a self-declared autonomous region in northern Mali proclaimed during the 2012 Malian Civil War. The group was a short-lived insurgent movement that fought for the ethnic Tuaregs to be an independent state, agitations that date back to the early 1900s according to historians. In recent weeks, the FLA, in coordination with Al-Qaeda affiliate Janim militants, have taken over several towns and cities in Mali. In some social media videos, the group can be seen standing on the Kidal roundabout near the National Youth Camp, the Al-Erchad Mosque, and a newly inaugurated petrol station in northern Mali. They fire shots into the air to celebrate their takeover of the city. They continue to invade other cities with little to no resistance. Scores of people have been killed in these attacks, including Mali's defense minister Sadio Kamara and his family. The FLA have accused Mali's military junta of using cluster bombs in a series of airstrikes conducted in Kidal and Timbuktu regions since the beginning of May. They say the attacks have had devastating consequences on civilians, including children. Malian authorities are yet to respond to these claims. So who are the FLA and what's behind their alliance with Jenim militants? Here is my conversation with Bulama Bukarti, a geopolitics and security expert.
So there are two main groups that are behind the latest attacks in Mali. First is the group that is called the Azawad Liberation Front, which was a group formed in November 2024 from the various Azawad liberation groups that have existed for decades. This group came last year and formed an allegiance with a group that is claiming to fight for Islam called Nasratul Islam wal Muslimin, which is an Al-Qaeda affiliate. This is a marriage of convenience. The two groups have common enemy, which is the Malian government, but they do not have a common project. The Azawad Liberation Front struggles to establish a separatist state for the Tuareg Arabs, while the Al-Qaeda affiliate Jenim claims to be fighting for Islam in order to establish an Islamic state. But one of them brings local legitimacy and local roots. That's the Azawad Liberation Front, while Jenim provides firepower and operational expertise needed to challenge the state. So the two of them came together and they formed this particular or in the whole of the country. The Jenim is backed by Al-Qaeda. It is an Al-Qaeda affiliate that has been operating in the Sahel for more than 10 years now and has fighters from across the region, not just in the Sahel, but also in places like Algeria, Libya, and other places where Al-Qaeda has operatives. The Tuareg rebels under the Azawad Liberation Front do not have international backers as we know. But like I said, what they do have is local legitimacy and territorial roots. And they claim to be fighting for the Arabs that are in northern Mali in order for them to have their autonomous state. So the Malian government made three mistakes. That's the Malian military junta made three mistakes after taking over from the civilian administration. Number one, they expelled the French and United Nations troops that have been trying to keep peace in the Sahel and replaced them with Wagner and later the Africa Corps, which did not have the capacity or even the political will to fight. For example, there were around 13,000 UN and French troops, which were then replaced by around 1,000 Africa Corps. In fact, it was 800, which was later then increased to 1,000, and the report is now that there are about 2,000. So they don't have the capacity, they do not have the basic equipment to fight these kinds of groups. The second mistake made by the Bamako government under the military was they cancelled the Algiers Accords, which was an agreement entered in 2015 between the Azawad liberation groups and the Malian government to include the Tuareg Arabs in government and also give autonomy to northern Mali. That was cancelled by the military junta and they started attacking the Azawad groups in January of 2014. And these three mistakes, cancelling the accord, expelling the troops with the French and United Nations troops without any replacement, and starting to attack the Azawad groups led to this alliance between the Azawad and the Jenim, which then led to the current onslaught we see on the government.
Now, this is very dynamic because apart from Jenim and this Azawad rebel group, we also have ISWAP, the Islamic State West Africa province, operating in the region. Now, how different is Jenim and Azawad from ISWAP and its ideology?
Yeah, I mean, you make an interesting point because Jenim and Azawad are exploiting a security situation that is already dire on the ground. Because like you said, there is the Islamic State Greater Sahara Province, which was operating under the Islamic State West Africa Province, which is also attacking in those trio region between Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso. And even Jenim itself also operates in Niger and Burkina Faso, so it is not just operating in Mali. And therefore, it is an escalation of a security situation that we saw before the military took over in all of the three countries. But then when they took over, the lethality of these attacks increased. Remember that the military in all of these three countries, when they took over from the civilian administrations, they cited the failure of the democratically elected governments of the countries to provide security as their reason for taking over. But what they did not remember perhaps was that they as the military had the primary responsibility to provide security. But they failed to do that under the democratically elected government, even though their duty was only to provide security at the time. They are also struggling to administer the country and at the same time provide security. And that is why the situation in Mali has the potential of escalating to Niger and Burkina Faso. And if Mali falls, as it is likely, then Niger and Burkina Faso will be next, and the whole of the Sahel region may become a hydra-headed security monster, more than even what it is now.
Doomsday lies ahead from what you say, Bukarti. But how impactful have these attacks been in Bamako and neighboring communities? Have they affected communities in any way?
Definitely, they have affected communities in a big way. You remember that the attacks since the 15th of April this year were launched in places like Bamako, Kati, which houses the barracks where the president himself stays, and places like Savare and Mofti. And we know that some of these places like Kidal and Gao were taken over by the armed groups, and the Russian troops withdrew. We also know that the Minister of Defense was killed and the intelligence head was injured. But what then followed was an attempted onslaught by the military government to flush out these fighters and increase onslaught by the fighters to take over more territory and also to blockade Bamako, the capital. And that led to huge humanitarian crisis, increased displacement of civilians, killing some civilians, and also lack of basic amenities, basic supplies in areas of Mali, including the capital, Bamako. And that is partly because the armed groups clearly spelled out that they were going to blockade Bamako and to stop anything from going into Bamako, except that later they said they would allow medical supplies and allow people who may need urgent medical help to access that. And this, of course, is an attempt by them to win over the civilian population, and that is why they have wielded huge power in northern Mali even before this situation unfolded, because the civilians did not see them as enemies, and that is making the situation even more difficult for the Malian government.
Right now, Bulama, it's difficult to understand why the insecurity issues in Mali are escalating. First of all, it's being run by a military junta that took over power, like you say, and accusing democratic government for failing to tackle the insecurity issues. What exactly is the military might of Mali?
Mali has a very weak military might, simply because they do not have the finance and logistics to finance these kinds of operations. Remember that they were being held by the United Nations and the French troops, which they expelled. They then exited the ECOWAS, and they formed a military coalition between the three countries that they call Sahel Alliance. But they did not fund this alliance. The military operations never kicked off because there was no funding, there was no logistics. And like I said, the government itself is now divided in terms of its attention. It wants to administer, they want to serve as politicians, as leaders, and also they want to fight. And so what they have ended up doing in Mali is just channeling all the security resources they have to regime security, to protecting themselves rather than protecting the country. And that then gave the armed groups, Jenim and the Azawad Liberation Front, freedom of movement in northern Mali.
Bulama, just before I let you go, if these insecurity issues persist, what do you foresee happening to Mali, the established government there led by the military junta, and its neighboring Burkina Faso and Niger? Could there be a wider implication on the wider Sahel region?
Definitely. In Mali first, we saw when they attacked in April 25, we saw a window into what they are imagining. They are already imagining themselves as the new government in Mali. And possibly they were inspired by the Taliban in Afghanistan, because what they did was they issued a statement calling on Russia to stay neutral and for Russia to become their ally if they became the government. So they want to take over the government in Mali. And Mali is at a serious threat of falling unless something nothing urgent is done by the partners they alienated when the military took over power. And if Mali falls, then Niger will be in a serious danger, and so will Burkina Faso. But it can even be wider, because we know that these groups operating in the Sahel are already operating in northwestern Nigeria. And we know that there is a corridor between the Sahel and northwestern Nigeria that they can easily travel through. And so it can become a wider West Africa crisis unless this situation is tackled as soon as possible.
Many thanks to Bulama Bukarti, a geopolitics and security expert. This is Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. Paternity testing is becoming an increasingly common topic of discussion across parts of Africa, particularly in countries such as Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, and Malawi, driven by growing concerns over paternity fraud and the increasing accessibility of DNA technology. If you remember, we recently had a conversation about this. Here's a little of what it sounded like when we spoke to Peter Gumba, a Nairobi-based laboratory technologist who regularly conducts DNA tests for clients, and decided to carry one out for himself and 2 children he believed to be his.
The report says if you are the father, it says, let's say Peter Gomba, samples generated for Peter Gomba and a certain child, Peter Gomba matches 99.9%.
Okay.
It says you are included. That's a match.
Okay.
But when it's a mismatch, it's written you are excluded. I was also excluded from being the biological father.
No way.
Yeah. After 5 years.
And this child was 5?
Yeah,
So
5 years.
you had been the father for 5 years.
Yes.
And then the day you decide to do a DNA test, out of curiosity, not like
Yes.
you were suspecting anything at all.
Nothing.
It turns out you're not.
Yes. So at that point, I was like, now I have a daughter. Now, the daughter, I was like, I need to be serious. I need to go. Just go and check the sample for the child. I went to collect the DNA on the child's 2nd birthday.
Okay.
Yes.
And what was the report? Because I'm also curious to know.
Oh, the report also said, based on the DNA samples collected from Peter Gomba and the child, Peter Gomba, you are excluded.
To hear more of that conversation, you can listen or watch the full episode, which aired on the 24th and 25th of April, wherever you find your podcast and on YouTube. But while the debate continues to grow online, it is also beginning to shape policy discussions. In Ghana, some lawmakers are now pushing for sweeping legislative reforms around paternity, including proposals for mandatory DNA testing at birth. One of the leading voices behind the campaign is Yakubu Mohammed. I began by asking him why he believes the time has come for Ghana to consider a paternity testing law.
The reason for bringing up this paternity test is to help so that we'll take away the issue of somebody taking care of a child. And then at the latter part, you get to realize it's not even your child. People are going through a lot because of this issue. And we think that instead of waiting for the child to grow up, why don't we as a nation provide an opportunity for these parents to know their child before even the child is brought up. And aside the parents even suffering, some kids, they go to school and their colleagues will tell them, look, this is not your father. You don't even look alike and all of that. And these children as well go through emotional trauma. So we feel it is time for us as a nation to come together so that we can be able to determine the father of a child before that child is even allowed to come out of the hospital or something.
Put this in perspective for us. How big, or what's the scale of this problem? Because you sound like it's a very common practice in Ghana where fathers are being handed children that do not belong to them.
As a member of parliament, I have a constituency. I have people coming to me every day with problems. And I have noticed that most of the people who come to me, a lot of them have these issues. Quite not long ago, there was an incident where somebody has been presumed to have impregnated a lady. They took care of this child till the day of birth. And then we got to realize another person calling to say that, hey, I'm the one who impregnated this lady. We have had instances in Ghana where prominent people, we've had footballers, we've had politicians, who have gone through this. Sometimes we get to know of this when most of these people decide to probably relocate to other countries. And then it is required that you do a DNA to ascertain that the children are actually your biological children. And then it comes out they are not actually theirs. It's actually something that I think is not just within Ghana, it's happening in other countries. But you know, some of these things are very hard for people to discuss because when they get to know, it's more like a silent killer. They are unable to speak of it in public, and then it's within them. So they are only able to discuss it with their confidants. And then most of them come to me, come to some of my colleagues, and I feel this is the reason why we are bringing this up. After I decided to come up with this, I have made series of posts on Facebook, on other social networks. Our radio stations locally and international are all talking about it. And the comments that are coming, you realize that about 95% to 98% of the people who are commenting on this are actually in support of the bill. And they think it's a bill that are actually going to help to prevent some emotional issues that are happening.
But for women now who say their husbands or their male partners go out to father other children of which they are not aware of either outside the relationship or outside the marriage, and years down the line they are confronted with these children and forced to adopt them as part of their families. So where do you draw the line and where is that balance and fairness when it comes to the operation of a family?
That is a good one. This whole idea is not actually to make men look like they are saints or they are not part. There are other instances where a man would impregnate a woman, and at the end of it, the man will say, look, this is not my child. I didn't do this. There are several instances of that. So in this bill, we are going to consider all of that. This bill is going to allow such that any man who have an affair with a woman, you know, the idea of having a child goes beyond marriage. People have children with partners who are not their wives or husbands. And there are instances where men as well, they will impregnate a woman or a lady. And then it turns out that the man will say, look, I didn't do this. The woman will take the pain, be a single mother, take care of the child. So probably sometimes it gets to so many years before the man will come and say, oh, I'm sorry, I did it. Some of them don't even have their men coming in. We feel that this bill is actually going to as well help the women so that any man who impregnates a woman would automatically take responsibility and perform their duties as the people who impregnated a woman.
Just before I let you go, Mr. Yakubu, I want to talk about the role the courts would play in ordering or regulating this test.
In Ghana, we have a very strong judicial system. I believe in the judicial system. But in this case, once as a nation we accept it, then it becomes something that would not even have much impact on the judicial system, because once as a nation we accept this is going to be one of them. Going forward, like I said, the bill is yet to be presented to Parliament, and in the process, Parliament as a body would go through scrutiny. There will be committees that will sit on it. And then we will have clauses that would as well see the impact of the judiciary. We are yet to determine whether we would even have any sort of criminality on it, which is yet to come. But I think as a nation, we might not really be looking at a lot of criminality. We are actually going to ensure that at least it becomes something that we do regular on a hospital, just like we do for other medical checkup. In the process, when it gets to a part where we have to look at these clauses, I'm sure we will be willing to discuss it. But for now, I cannot really speak much about some clauses that will make it punitive for people.
Yakubu Mohammed, Member of Parliament for Ahafo Ano Southeast in the Ashanti region of Ghana. And that's it on Focus on Africa today. Should you want to speak with us, send us a WhatsApp message on +254 791 269 743 or email us on focusonafrica@bbc.co.uk. You can also leave us a message on social media with the handle @BBC Africa or my handle at I am Nkechi Nna, and that's with double N. Today's episode was produced by Kiganse Shumba, Bella Twine and Godwin Asediba in Nairobi. Blessing Aderogba was in Lagos. Charles Gitonga was the senior journalist in charge, and David Kenyon Joey the technical producer. Our editors are Priya Sipi and Mariam Abdullah. I am Nkechi Obunna, and I'll speak to you again soon.